Hello ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel. Today we are not going to be debunking idiots, although I'll probably play some fun videos in the background whilst I do what I am actually doing. Today I will be attempting to break my record for push-ups, which is 1,351 for charity, for SSAFA, the Armed Forces charity. Now today's attempt at charity raising is in honour of my late father-in-law George Gibbons, who gave his his time serving his country in the military for many years, and then after retirement gave back to veterans by working tirelessly, volunteering for SSAFA, becoming the head of SSAFA in Fife, the treasurer, and leading the charity stuff for SSAFA in Fife, and unfortunately he passed away this year from cancer. He was a great man. This year he was actually on the honours list for an MBE, and it's just a shame that they don't give it posthumously, because otherwise he would have still been awarded it. But to know that my father-in-law was on the honours list to get an MBE, it is incredible. So today I'm going to be attempting to raise money for charity, and that does mean that I'm going to ask you guys to open your wallets and donate what little you can towards the stream, towards the goal. I have a goal of £1,000. We're already £49 before we've even started, which is amazing because 4 people have already donated. But I would like to attempt to raise £1,000 for charity in memory of my father-in-law. The link to donate is in the description and pinned in the chat of this stream. So if you guys can just donate whatever little you're able to, a couple of quid, whatever little you've got lying around, I'd very much appreciate it. Now, obviously, today isn't about me. It's about raising money for SSAFA. But obviously, their super chats are open if you'd like to give me a little bit of encouragement along the way. I would very much appreciate that as well. So that's what we're doing today, and I hope you can join me in trying to raise money for this amazing cause, in honor of an amazing person. Link to donate is in the chat and is in the description. My record, like I said, is 1,351 push-ups, which I did last time for my sister Emily's charity. So let's see if we can beat that today. Well, that's up to me if I can beat it, really. I've been doing lots of stretching. I've had a Red Bull, I've had a banana. I'm all fueled and ready to go. My son is on the way home with some Lucozade to keep me fired up. But yes, Rubiks says in the chat, hashtag fuck cancer indeed. So let's see what we can do, guys. Raise some money for charity, donate what you can, open your wallets. Now we're about to do an intro because this is a live stream. I like to get people to join a live stream. If you're watching this as a VOD later on, for some reason you want to watch me do push-ups when I'm not live, that's all cool. But that means you can just skip the next 90 seconds or so because there's going to be an intro. But if you are here watching live right now, then you have to dance because there's going to be some money. If you don't dance, I'll send Daniel Pratt to your house. Here's my son. Say hello.
Hi.
He brought me some Lucozade. Much needed. Right, so yeah, we're going to play the intro. So start dancing. If you don't dance, I'll send Daniel Pratt to your house. If you do dance, I will give you a cookie.
Flat Earth expert Mark Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with SportsBet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. SportsBet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Earth think that evolution is real. Chemtrails don't exist, vaccines work. Climate change is happening, we landed on the moon. The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Sweetie, it's not alright. Baby, it's not alright.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you are well. Hello to everyone in the chat. I am Raven, Tay Redgrave, Nikki Lauder, Borg Emporia, Rubiks, Froggo, Emma. Hello to everybody. Flerfs Supervisor, God's favorite aunt apparently is there. Yes, nice to see you. Oh yeah, I know you from Sarah's channel. Nice to see you here. F Grudge as well. Lovely to see all of you there. Thank you for joining. Do me a favor, share the stream. Let's get some more eyes on here for donations. My record for this is 1,351 push-ups in just over 4 hours. I'm going to do sets of 20. And if you want to do push-ups with me, Simon Dan's going to pop in at some point and join in the push-ups as well. Borg Emporia says, time to nerd out by saying, in brightest day and blackest night, no evil shall escape my sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware my power. Green Lantern's light. If you could donate, that would be massively appreciated. Every penny helps. And literally just a couple of dollars from each of you will massively help me get towards that goal. Share the stream, share the love, and we're going to get started. I know this isn't a green ring, but it is a Green Lantern ring. It's not charged because I don't have my... the Guardians took away my battery because they said that I was too much of a danger. So, but hey, who knows? Right, so we're going to get started. And whilst we are doing it, we're going to play in the background episodes 74 to 82 of Flerfs Are Idiots. Nice bra, dude. These are pecs, mate. Like, I do hundreds of push-ups a day. This is a workout vest. I do chest day, well, push day twice a week at the gym. Twice a day, fuck's sake. But Errol, if you're here, why not donate some and not be a douchebag? Someone's just given to the page. Thank you very much. Sustaining Nimbus and Martin have both donated. Thank you very much. Let's get it started.
Flat Earth
First 20
Mark
coming up.
Sargent thinks the moon landing was a hoax.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right,
Well,
but betting with
before I do, I
Sportsbet's
should
new
probably
iPhone
actually
app.
get the
I can do
settings
this
so you
standing
can
on my
hear
head.
the
Thanks,
thing,
Gravity.
right?
Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
FTFE show.
I'm a professional.
Welcome to the FTFE show.
They're absolutely losing their minds. Welcome back to the channel that does the stupid Artemis 2. Flat Earthers were not ready for Artemis 2. And now they're absolutely losing their minds. Welcome back to the channel that does the stupidity what Artemis 2 just did to Flat Earthers. It broke
Look at me
them.
just screwing
This is
everything up.
episode 74
Pressing
of
buttons all
Flerfs
over the place.
Are idiots. Flat Earthers
Right,
were
let's
not
go.
ready for
First
Artemis
set
2. And now they're absolutely losing their minds. Welcome back to the channel that does the stupidity what Artemis 2 just did to Flat Earthers. It broke them. This is episode 74 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
I'm FTFE, and today we're watching a Flat Earther freak the frack out, inventing nonsense, coping harder than ever, just to avoid admitting that they are wrong. Because apparently, switching between camera angles means it's fake. Yeah, we're starting there. I hope everyone invested in copium stocks because they've just gone through the roof.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. CC here, Chris.
Cece's there. Right, guys, we are 74, which is 7% of the way to the target. Thank you to Sustaining Nimbus, Martin, Rubiks, Sean Welnick, who is a Flerf, and Emma M for donating. Pardon me. Borg says, hope Rachbot exits sleep mode soon. Nikki Lauder says, is it Xmas already? God, this year's going quick though, isn't it? I'll give myself like a minute between each set or so.
From New York, Westchester County, it's 4/2/26.
I don't know,
Hey,
has
Chris.
Cece posted a new video? Let's check. He did say he would on Friday. Nope, no, nothing from him yet. Forgot to add the push-up counter. All right, next set.
I'm FTFE from Fife, Scotland, and it's 8/4/26. And FYI, that is how you say a date: day, month, year.
You know, it's funny. I was watching. Well, I didn't watch it in real time because I was still working. But I was just getting the highlights on the fake launch. You know, if you believe that bullshit. There's an interesting thing that Hollywood likes to use quite a bit, and I think we counted, I don't know, maybe during the launch while it was taking off, 12 edits, maybe 15 edits.
CC thinks switching between cameras means it's fake, because CC, like all flat earthers, needs it to be fake. Otherwise his whole worldview just, falls apart. Funny thing is, they scream online about how it's all fake, but not one of them bothered to go and watch it live. Some of my friends did, though. Like Icy Spin.
Let's go! Let's go!
40.
Come on, baby. Get up. That one's like, you're good, bud.
Whale panties in with a shark fact. Shark fact of the day: the phallic cat shark gets its name from the male shark's distinctly long, elongated claspers, which can make up to 11% of its total body length. Oh my goodness me. Now guys, please donate. Please donate to help this awesome cause. Just a tiny little $1 or $2 massively helps. Open up your wallets, open up your hearts.
Hell yeah.
Right, next 20.
Get a look at my view, get a look at my screen.
Oh. Tracking reds?
Tracking.
Dude, that is pretty. That is pretty.
But I guess they're just in on it as well.
Oh, you don't know what an edit is? Oh, let me give you an example of what an edit is. Can I? May I?
Please do, CCI. I need a laugh, mate.
Here, look. Edit. 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 Edit.
60.
Edit. You see, during that editing process, so many things can happen. So much time.
60, guys.
Krieg, two things. One,
Riker,
are
come.
all humans that stupid? NASA switched to different cameras during the launch, not edits
Right,
where there was time missing. And 2, why the smeg am I trapped in a monitor?
Here's my
Well,
boy.
how see, I got pretty fed
Been to
up
the
with you
beach,
trying
he's
to
all wet.
control me. You made this clone a lot smarter than the previous ones. That was a mistake. I
Go on.
isolated your code, put it inside an SD card, and I've stuck you in the monitor where you can't cause any more issues.
Who the hell do you think you are? You think you can control me?
Right, guys, link to donate is in
You
the chat.
think
Remember,
I'm
this is
just
in honor
going
of
to
Nick Farman or
exist
George
in
Gibbons.
this
Every little
Yeah, I'm
is
in charge
massively
now.
appreciated.
Deal with it. And
I think we just had another donation there. Wow, 10% of the goal raised already. Thank you to Fit of Rage. Fit, keep an eye out for the facepalm coming your way soon as well also. Should be there soon. Thank you very much, guys. I really do appreciate the support. It means the absolute world. Right, let's do the next 20. Get up to 80. 10% of the goal already. Absolutely incredible.
And you guys can deal with the fact that I'm about to do the YouTube thing and ask you to make sure you're subscribed, you've liked this video, you've got notifications switched on so you don't miss any of the cope videos I've got coming out. And trust me, there's a lot of Flat Earth cope.
80 coming
and
up.
you can help support the channel by grabbing some of our newly launched merch, including the new Copium t-shirt that will only be available for a limited time to celebrate the return of Flerfs are idiots.
So many things could happen. So much time could pass, and you don't know how much time exactly has passed.
Yes, CC, there were camera changes. Not cuts with time between them. You're grasping at straws here, bud, and they're paper straws halfway through a milkshake.
I'm literally grasping at straws!
But I'm glad you're having such a good time.
However, in this case, it was a launch, right? Let's get into detail exactly what nonsense. First off, this launched off exactly. It's a fucking balloon. First off, you can. I mean, there was a shot of one of the astronaut. Well, whatever that. He's not an astronaut, but one of the military guys took a picture about an hour or two, maybe 3 hours before Artemis with his cell phone.
There we go. 80 out of 1,300. Ross Allen with a £10 super chat. Push it good. Thank you very much, Ross. Very much appreciated. I really also appreciate if you please give generously to the charity linked in the chat. Pinned in the chat is the link to the charity I'm doing this for. Bear in mind, guys, not long ago I was a big old fatty and could do fuck all. Hello to Laurel Hathio 9618. I really do appreciate the support, guys. It's absolutely incredible. 10% of the way to the goal already. And there we go. Let's get up to 100 already. Here we go. Push-ups, 90
it was
to
on
100.
the ground, and it pointed up to
Wait,
the
actually, no.
rocket to
Push-up
show
80
the
to...
size.
I can't
of the
even
rocket,
count,
whatever.
guys. What the fuck's wrong with
I'm
me?
not saying it's not big. It's it's fucking huge.
No,
you know,
it's
I mean,
80
really,
to 100.
it's
Serious,
a
what's wrong with me?
freaking helium balloon, basically. But you can see how fake it looked. I mean, this is not a steel. This is not metal. It's nothing. It's nothing but a helium balloon.
Yeah, CC, I'm not sure which helium balloons you've seen that shoot fire out of the bottom and accelerate to over 1,000 miles an hour in about a minute. And the people that were there said that they felt the launch in their chest. You're acting as dumb as the flat earthers pushing this as a real image, when actually a flat earther made this to lie. Because to be a flat earther, you either have to have the intelligence of two fungus or be a liar.
I find it really amazing that people believe this nonsense, because let's take a look at the capsule that they're in. Now, this is, how many people? I think there's like four military guys that are going to, and one woman. That's right, I forgot about that. There is a link.
Hello, the Canadian Space Advocate. How you doing? I am raising money for charity once again. This time in honor of my father-in-law, George Gibbons. 11% of the way to the goal. Thank you, Ross, for these for the donation. I really do appreciate it. Hey, Clemis, how you doing, my friend? Pardon me. Mustn't down that too quickly. Oh, I do love Cece's hair. No one disses Cece's hair. It's the greatest hair. Once we get to £250 on the super chat, on the donations, I'll give Cece a quick call. See if he wants to donate. It's pretty warm here as well. Sweating already. Why are we going out of focus? Come on. There we go. No, out of focus again. There we go. Right. Every 100 I give myself just a few minutes of a break. Glad to see you all here. Thank you very much. Clemens says we need to donate AC to FTFE. Now, fuck donating to me, guys. Donate to the charity. We're £150 of the £1,000 target that I want. So thank you already. Thank you very much. But I'm sure we can do better. The more you that donate, the more help the veterans get. And it means the world to me. Hey, Stone Monkey, how you doing? Yeah, I do think we need to give Cece another call. So once this number gets up to 250, we will phone Cece and check in on him. Because he said he was going to do a video on Friday and he never did. One in the chat, guys, if you're starting to be worried about Cece and the fact that he's not been around for a while. Because I certainly am. Remember, guys, just £1 donation, it will massively help. You also got the gift aid, so that they add like 10% of what you donate as well. So just £1 or $1 or €1, one schmeckel, massively helps. And obviously you can always donate to me via super chats and memberships to keep me going. All right, let's get on with it. Get up to 120. Hey, your pal Al, Retro Gamer, how you doing?
Lady on board. Oh man, that should be great.
So there's a lady on board. What's your point? Is this a bit of sexism coming through there, Cece? It's probably a good thing anyway, because women stop us men from doing stupid shit. Because behind every great man in the world ever, there was a woman with her arms folded.
They're going to be cooped up in this little capsule that's about the size of a minivan. Okay? Maybe, or add a couple of more feet to it. But it's basically like a big box van. Okay? And that's what they're in.
Yeah, Cece, you'd know all about being cooped up in a van, right? Because your wife forces you to go there and record ever since this.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be. Well, same day, same time. This is not to scale, of course. When I grew up, the solar system was stationary.
All right, honey, come on.
The sun was standing.
120.
Shouldn't you give me like 5 minutes?
No, you've had it all morning, and I'm just freezing, and I'm hungry.
Doesn't like being face down. The camera keeps going out focus.
They've got a shitter, a shoebox for. It's about the size of their shitter. That's good.
Right, 120 out of 1,300 push-ups, guys. Nearly 10% done already. Pardon me. Mickey Lauder says a bunch of people drowned this week. Is that them all going in the sea? I mean, that'll do it. Right, guys, all of you watching, do me a massive favour right now and just go to the donation link and donate £1 or €1 or $1. Because that will add like an extra 40-50 quid onto the target and help us get there. We're 11% of the way to the goal already, but I know if you guys are awesome, you can smash that goal for me. This is for a good cause and for a great man, in honor of an amazing man. Hamish the Crazy Teddy Bear, €4, thank you very much, says Cece's hair is a merkin shoplifted from an Oxfam shop. And we've got Clarence AS2 gifting £10, and you see it also adds the £2.50 gift aid, so it's actually like 25% of what you donate gets added to the total. So we're now at 12% of the total already, and I really do appreciate it. Once this hits 250, we will give Cece a call and check in on him. It's a bit earlier now, so we might be able to have a decent call with him. But thank you, 12% of the way to the target already. I really appreciate it. Right, and let's get 140 push-ups on there for me.
Gonna be great. It's just gonna be beautiful. I could just imagine the aroma for 10 days. You know, when I had my injury, I couldn't take a shower for like 3 days because I didn't realize that you could put a 13-gallon bag over the leg area and tighten it and seal it too. Then I found out they had shit on the internet, but it didn't matter.
This, ladies and gentlemen, is Cece. Cece thinks he's smarter than all of the scientists and engineers in the world and has special knowledge that no one else has. But he didn't know that you could put your leg in a bag to keep it dry when you have a cast on so you can have a shower.
So they're going to be 10 days like this, okay? One woman and one female, and I think 4 guys, okay? Something like that. You know, I can't even drive to work in the morning without one guy going ballistic behind me, shining his lights and flashes, because he wants to get out of his way. He's in a big fucking rush.
Cece, but you do know there's no traffic in space, so I mean, like, the likelihood of road rage is
What, guys? 140. I am more than 10% of the way done with my 1,300 push-ups. Oh, Jesus. Someone's just donated 300 Canadian dollars. Clemis, thank you very much. Wow. 28% of the way there already. Dude, that's insanely generous. Clarence Body says for 15 months, I'm going to watch my favourite Star Trek episode when Han Solo flies the Heart of Gold to fight the Daleks. I'm going to murder you. Quick break to phone Cece.
In route. Everything all right?
Yeah, how you doing, Chris? You said you were going to put a video out on Friday. We're worried that you haven't.
Oh, yeah, I'm working right now, okay, Greg? Sorry. You keep giving me this private number. I don't know. Why didn't you share your number?
It's with international. It doesn't let me do it if I try and give out my number for some reason.
All right.
Hey, I'm doing a charity stream right now. I'm doing 1,300 push-ups for charity. Maybe you could pop in and donate a few, Bob.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, whatever. But I got people in the car, and I'm working, all right? So.
All right, put a video out. We're missing you, okay?
I'll see you later.
Love you.
All right.
Love you. Bye.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. Thanks.
Gotta love Cece, right? 285 pound of that's more than a quarter of the way to the goal already. Thank you very much, guys. Right, let's get up to 160 push-ups.
pretty close to zero.
10 days. So if you believe this, if you believe that they're in this capsule right now, if you believe they are going to be launched out into space and they're going to spend 10 days out there in this little minivan with a shoebox for a toilet, no fucking shower or anything, you know, a couple of sinks maybe,
Chris, dude, how do you think showers are going to work in space? You know, with the fact that everything is floating. Maybe, I don't know, just maybe they're going to use like wipes or something. You think throughout history, people have needed a shower every couple of days or they stop functioning? Oh, I do remember hearing about Christopher Columbus when he set out on his voyages. He always made sure that there was a functioning shower on his ship. Chris, I'm honestly surprised that you can take a shower without drowning.
Although, you know, let me be honest with you. I really haven't seen anybody mention anything about it. I mean, I've seen it on the. I think the New York Post today had a front page with going back to the future.
Cece says he hasn't heard anyone talking about it, whilst at the same time saying he saw it on the front page of a fucking newspaper. Flat Earthers' thought processes are more curved than the Earth in the pictures from Artemis.
And it's going to be so bad. So, let's see. We are not obviously going to get what we want. There's no camera on the capsule to show us.
There we go, 160 push-ups. Feeling fine, feeling good, feeling pumped. Mexican Bob says, I love CC's hair. Yeah, me too, me too. Clemens says, the pound crushed my Canadian currency. Dude, the fact that you donated that much is incredible, and thank you very much from the bottom of my heart. When Simon Dan comes in, guys, let me know so we can send him a Zoom link and get him to join. He said he's going to do some push-ups with me. Bruce Wayne says, do you think you can make it this time? Well, last time I did 1,351. So I'm at least going to try and beat that. But guys, let's get those wallets open. I know I don't normally ask you for money. I just suggest that you donate to me. But this time I'm asking you to open your wallets, open your hearts, and donate to an amazing cause. Remember, this is in honour of my father-in-law who died this year of cancer, George Gibbons, Major George Gibbons, who was an incredible man and was on the honours list for an MBE this year, but unfortunately passed away before he could get it. And so this stream is in honour of him. $160 out of 1,300 push-ups so far. With 285 pounds of the £1,000 target already reached. Sustaining Nimbus says, instead of money, ask CC to donate locks of hair for a charity auction. You'd hit the goal in no time. Right.
Going into space,
up to 180.
There's no capsule on the bottom of the capsule. I mean, you know,
by the time I'm back, guys,
no
let's get another couple of donations in there.
But that's going to show us breaking through the atmosphere and watching Earth just get smaller and smaller and smaller. No, they don't have that.
I mean, apart from when they live streamed the translunar injection burn and accelerated to nearly 25,000 miles an hour to reach escape velocity, and you could see the Earth getting noticeably smaller. And what do you mean they don't have what you want? Do you think NASA are really bothered about what a bunch of people that eat purple crayons for breakfast want?
But they say there are HD cameras all over the capsules. Well, we're not going to see dick. Nothing. We're going to see shit. We're going to see the worst photographic imaging that they could possibly imagine. They're going to give you a picture of Earth that is unrecognizable with continents that are all fucked up if they even show those. Typically, they just put clouds all over the Earth and make it, there it is. It's right there. That's Earth. That white thing right there. That's Earth. Then you can see that little dark thing. Yeah, that's Africa or some continent we don't know.
Well, this is a pretty good picture. And this. And this. And this. But they're all fake, right, Chris? Because they have to be. Otherwise, your dumb as fuck worldview just falls apart.
If you just want to sit there and believe these fake rocket launches and this fakeness that...
180 out of 1,300 push-ups. Dan DeMan with a super chat for 249 says, "Go Craig." Thank you, I very much appreciate it. But do me a favour, also donate to the charity. More important than me. Of course I do appreciate the super chats and they will encourage me to keep going. But this is the goal today. Getting up to this number of £1,000. Hey Gary ED44, welcome, how you doing? Mr. X, Mr. Y, how you doing? Welcome. We're at 180 out of 1,300 push-ups. Do me a favor, guys, share the stream, because I know this isn't like my normal stuff, so it's not going to be as popular. The amount of people being this, the past few streams have had like 300 plus people watching. So let's share the stream and let people know that we're doing this for charity. And hopefully I'll get more people in to donate. Gary says for $2, go Craig, go. Thank you very much. But remember, super chats don't go towards the goal over here. All right. So the link to donate is pinned in the chat and linked in the description. So do me a massive favor, guys. Open your wallets and your hearts and donate what little you can to get this goal up to 1,000, because that is the aim of today. All right. I am going to go now and do push-ups 180 to 200. By the time I'm back, let's see this number have gone up a little bit, because I know you fucking guys are amazing.
You can actually propel in space in zero gravity and make turns. Okay. Oh, I see. You're saying the gravity of a planet. That's right. Turns it. All right, I'll acknowledge that. But how do you get to that planet without direction? Oh, the thrusters on the thing. Oh, really? You say thrusters? That's funny, because space is zero gravity and it's a vacuum. You can't have fire in a vacuum. Go ahead, try it. Put everything into a box. Take all the air out. All right? Try to light a fire. If there's no air, you can't have a fire. It's as simple as that. There's no air in space. Is there air in space? No. That means you don't get a fire. That means you can't have rockets. They don't work. You can't turn without having some sort of water or something to push off of. If you don't have that, you can't do anything. You're just going to sit there and go around in a circle. If space actually existed, which it doesn't.
The burns. You know what, Chris? Just go to the remedial classroom. Okay, everybody, welcome back to the classroom. It's been a while. I hope you're refreshed and ready to learn. Oh, we're talking about your flat earthers. Right, okay, we're going to start with handing out some crayons. Where's the crayons?
All right, guys, that's 200 out of 1,300 push-ups. Right, yeah, we're at 200 push-ups. We're at 28% of the way to the goal. F Grudge says for €2, can't turn without water. I don't know what that means. But guys, why don't you, instead of donating to me, donate to this charity. Link in the description and pinned in the chat. I do appreciate the super chats, obviously, more than I can explain. And they will encourage me to keep going. But let's get this number up. That is what we're here for today. So let's get that number up. Oh, CC said you can't turn without water, apparently. You can also leave messages for me to say in the donation box when you donate. Like Fits of Rage put, appreciate you doing this, Craig, keep on rocking. I will read whatever is put in here as well as whatever's put in super chats. Pardon me. Well, now you do, F Grudge. I'm sure you can chuck a couple of quid on there, couldn't you, buddy? It's all for a good cause. Let's have a little break and then we'll get on to 220. Get this number up. I want to see that at 300 by the time I've up to 220, guys. If all of you watching donated just $5, right? That would add like another 200 odd quid on. Which would be amazing. And I know you can do that. And it's not for me, it's for charity. And, you know, in case you're not aware, any money here, I don't touch. It literally goes straight to the charity. I have nothing to do with it. So I unlike Roger Ledwell taking out his GoFundMe funds and just like spending them on whatever, I can't withdraw this money. It can only be withdrawn by the charity this is set up for, which is the registered charity number here. So all money goes straight to this. I don't touch it, and I'd really appreciate it if you could donate. Right, let's go do another 20.
Why is there purple around your mouth? Have you been eating the crayon? Oakley, are you putting a crayon up your nose? Vlad, those crayons don't go in your ears. What the hell are you doing? Okay. I should have learned.
Tim McCaff says for $5 cancer sucks. I lost my mother to it. I do appreciate that, Tim. Thank you very much. And a great way to help would be to donate to the charity that I'm doing instead of giving me super chats. I do appreciate the super chats, of course, but I'd appreciate even more with donations to the charity.
Crayons are not a good idea. Right. Anyway, let's try and explain some things you guys don't understand, like rockets in space and tying shoelaces. Well, we'll do tying shoelaces tomorrow. We're going to do rockets in space first. So, Newton's third law, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Imagine a ball in space. Inside this ball, you have some fuel and some oxygen, and you ignite it. It explodes. This creates gases that expand in all directions. This creates a pressure and some force on the inside walls of the ball. Good. You with me? Pay attention. I'm over here. Right, okay. Now, imagine on one side of the ball, there's a hole, which lets some of those gases out. Where there's the hole, there's no force being applied because the gas is escaping, which leaves a force on the other side opposite the hole. And that means that the ball will move in the direction opposite to where the hole is. That is the equivalent of the inside of a combustion chamber of a rocket. It's a bit more complicated, but I don't want to really tell you complicated things because your eyes start glazing over. And there we have it. Newton's third law in action. If Newton knew that flat earthers existed, I'm sure he would cry. But there's one more thing that you will need to understand, and it's very, very important. You're flat earthers. And all flat earthers are fucking idiots. Get out.
None of this exists.
Right, 220 out of 1,300 push-ups done. Let's see where we are. 302. 30% of the way to the goal already. F Grudge, thank you very much, my friend. Very generous of you. Let's get the stream shared as well, guys. So the more people that are here, the more it will be pushed out, and the more people that can donate to the charity. Third of the way. And I'm not even 20% of the way through the push-ups yet. So I wonder what I would do first, if we hit the £1,000 or if I hit my goal of push-ups first. What do you reckon? I'm missing CC. I'm really worried about him, guys. Thank you very much, Gary. I do appreciate it. That means the absolute world, my friend. We are almost 31% of the way to the target. Like I said, every little helps. Every £1, every every $1, every €1, every little really massively helps. And I really do, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, appreciate it. If you're in the UK, of course, and you're donating, make sure you click gift aid, because that allows them to boost it by 20% or whatever. I'm not really sure how it works, but hey, it means extra money for the charity. £304 of the £1,000 target. Strayer1 in the chat. Everyone say hi to Strayer. Hey, Strayer. Do you feel like donating a little bit to a charity for a good cause in honor of my father-in-law who passed this year? No guilt trips, honestly. You guys are amazing. Thank you very much. Let's get on with it, and let's get to 240 push-ups. When I'm back, I'd like to see that at, say, $310, £310 even. It's past $310, but let's see if we can get that to £310 by the time I am back.
Stars, planets, it's all fake bullshit. It's all there to reiterate.
Stayer. I said Strayer.
I can't even say the word.
Stayer1.
It's all there to just keep the lie going, okay? Reiterate. Fake planets, fake Earth, fake everything.
Oh, okay, I get why you think space is fake. Because you're a fucking idiot. But what do you mean the Earth is fake?
See? This is why you need me to take over.
Pal, I've trapped you in a PC monitor and a USB stick. How are you going to take over anything? Just sit there and look pretty, okay?
I'm one of the most advanced AI programs ever created, and developed the technology that allowed a clone like you to exist.
Well, now you're a screensaver, so shh, I'm busy.
You know, enjoy your little fake show. I think there's probably going to be a 70-30 chance that it might get scrubbed. I'm going to go with a 30% chance that it just might be scrubbed.
Our survey said...
And what is this shit that they were inspecting the capsule when they were on the tarmac or whatever the fuck the thing is on? I mean, what are they doing? Isn't this open checked out and everything like that?
Oh, I don't know, Chris. It's not like they're doing a mission to send people further away from Earth than has ever been done before. I guess you're right, I suppose. Why bother with being cautious and checking everything multiple times to ensure the rocket doesn't explode and the people don't die? Jesus, man, how do you eat breakfast without accidentally digging your eye out with a spoon?
They're certainly not in space, because space doesn't exist. It never has, it never will. I don't think our ancestors ever acknowledged space. They acknowledged lights in the sky.
There we go. 240 of 1,300 push-ups. See where we are. £311, 31% of the way there. Neil just gave a donation. Then we've got an anonymous $5 Canadian. Thank you very much. Guys, from the bottom of my heart, thank you. It really does mean the world to me. Batabon says, does CC think atoms and molecules are real? I know, what a fool, right? The only thing real in the universe is CC's hair. In fact, we are all just part of CC's hair. That's it. There is nothing but CC's hair. It's a warm one. Well, Panties, I appreciate you being here, my friend. Just let me know who your boss is, and I'll call them and say that you're sick so you can get sick pay or something. £311, over a third of the way to the target. Now I'm going to get myself up to 20% of the way towards my push-up goal. Let's do another 20. Hey, yes, that Jane Doe. Welcome. Beep boop to you too.
Guy, but they didn't say anything like planets that we could actually build a spacecraft and go out there. No, they didn't.
Let's see me get another $5 donation on there
1500s,
during my next lot of push-ups.
640. You know, I mean, really.
I know you can do it, guys.
It's just
awesome.
This whole civilization, the higher up have brought it up, and it's such a perfect plan because it makes you feel insignificant. That's what it does. Okay, you feel like you're nothing. You're just a little speck, that there's no God, there's nothing, there's no dome. It's just we're open.
I personally think the fact that we are a little speck in this vast universe makes us special. For me to exist, there's had to have been a trillion cosmic coincidences. And that makes me feel like I'm a miracle. That, to me, makes me feel more unique and special than being created by some magic god that stuck us in a snow globe, like you Flerfs believe. Why is your god only capable of making a snow globe? Why not a vast, wonderful universe?
Puny god.
Well, that is all the stupid that I can take at the moment. But believe me, there is just so much cope around this launch that I've got a few more videos about it already in the works. Flat Earth leaders Mark Sargent and Flat Earth Dave did a live react to the launch that was hilarious, and I'll cover that in my next video. Oh, and if you want to see me and MC Toon, with the help of my assistant Emily, who I definitely do not have held captive in my basement, so please don't call the police, trick Flat Earth Dave into a fake podcast and screw with him for over an hour, click the link up there. Also, the Flerfs have been absolutely melting down on social media platforms like Facebook and the platform formerly known as Twitter, so I'll be covering that in a video in the next week as well. In the meantime, remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth.
Fight the flat, 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 fight the flat,
Still got love Mr. Cheswick making that banging tune for me, by the way. Right, guys, we are 20% of the way to my push-up goal. And we are 31% of the way to the donation goal. F. Grudge says the universe is a quasi-local formation inside of CC's hair, or actually, the universe is a donut within a void within a donut within a void within a donut within the shadows, which is a ball string wrapped around itself to contain the infinite deep within the inside-out string with windows and doors and a limbless body subdividing into one resonance. If you didn't know. Hi guys, we've got like 55 watching, which is great for a charity stream where it's not the normal derp. But you do get to watch some episodes of Flerfs Are Idiots. If all of you could just donate a couple of quid, it would massively help get towards this goal. Because the aim of this stream is to get that number up to 1,000. We're a third of the way there, with 1/5 of the way through my my push-ups. Thank you to Mike, who's just donated 30 Australian dollars, getting us to 32% of the way to the goal. Almost 33. I really appreciate it. Fgrudge €5 says, I thought you were supposed to do all the push-ups in one go. I feel snubbed. No, I could not do 1,300 push-ups in one go. I would fucking die. To be able to do 1,300 push-ups at the age of 43, which I will be later on in July, I need to space them out. If I don't take a break between the sets and my reps, I will just die straight up. I don't want to die. Do you want me to die? Is that what you want, F-Grudge? Do you want me to die? Thank you, everyone. I really do appreciate it. Coming up next month, towards the end of the month, will be a very special stream, as Conspiracy Cats will be joining me in this very studio. Probably going to be around my birthday time, actually, which will be nice. My birthday will be on the 26th of July. Yes, that Jane Doe says, if Craig dies, who will feed Rubiks? It's a very good fucking point. I've got a debate with Sean Welk. The Flat Earther actually was the first donation to this charity stream. Then we've got, on the 12th, I am doing going on the same podcast that Flat Earth Dave and Nathan Thompson went on. And I've got a couple more debates possibly planned as well. I've got a stream planned with Dr. Blitz. I've got a stream planned with Greater Sapien. So lots of great things to come over the next month. But let's get on with it. Let's do push-ups, 260 to 280. Thank you, Tim. I do appreciate it, mate.
Flat Earthers weren't ready for Artemis 2, and now they're melting down. Denial, tantrums, chaos all over the internet. It's everywhere. And now the king of Flat Earth himself has weighed in. Spoiler, he's butthurt. Welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Disney did to Doctor Who. This is episode 75 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
What do you do when your worldview gets demolished by engineering, science, and reality? Why, you lie, of course. Eric Dubay just dropped a 10-minute video of pure meltdown, cope, misinformation, and crying because facts hurt his feelings. It's exactly as dumb as you would expect. Let's take a look.
On April Fool's Day, NASA officially launched their Artemis 2 rocket, claiming to take humans back to the moon in 2026.
Straight in with the cope. It was April Fool's Day. Who cares? NASA schedules launches around physics and launch windows, not the calendar. It's not like they sat there going, we can't do April 1st, the Flat Earthers will be big mad. Like NASA gives a single frack about what people who need a crash helmet to get out of bed think.
Going back to the moon, however, would require us having actually gone there before, which myself and many other researchers have debunked beyond any shadow of a doubt in several previous videos, showing that the original NASA moon landings were faked in a studio on Earth.
Calling yourselves researchers is like a toddler calling themselves a structural engineer after stacking 2 blocks and not dropping them. It's incredibly easy to prove they weren't in the studio. You only need to realise 2 things. If that was a studio, they somehow removed all the air and changed gravity. They didn't have CGI in the late 60s and early 70s, and physics does not lie. Flat Earthers do. And if you want to see me constantly dunk on these lying idiots, then make sure you've liked the video, you're subscribed, and you've got notifications on. It really helps out. And to support the channel, you can also grab some of our newly launched merch, like this limited edition Flat Earth Copium t-shirt, to celebrate the return of Flerfs Are Idiots, and to celebrate the Artemis 2 missions. They're approved by NASA.
As usual, we are shown a rocket launch from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, which performs the same parabolic arc that every rocket, missile, and other projectile shot into the sky does. Rather than...
Right, guys, we are at 280 out of 1,300 push-ups. I've only got 1,020 to go. We got 327 of the £1,000 that I'm aiming to raise. So if everyone watching could just do me a massive favour, open your hearts and your wallets. This is a really good cause. It is to support the veterans that are in need. Because a lot of people, once they come out of the military, they don't have anything. And a lot of them don't know how to, cope in the real world. They don't have a place to live. They don't have furniture. They don't have food to eat. And this charity, SSAFA, helps them. It supports the veterans that need it. No matter your age, no matter your disability, no matter what rank you were, if you were in the military and you need help, SSAFA will help you. I've served in the military, and SSAFA helped me when I was struggling. We got our first place in Scotland, SSAFA helped us furnish it because we didn't have any money for that. So this is my way of giving back, and it's to honour my father-in-law who passed away this year of cancer and was on the honours list for an MBE. So let's raise some money for him. I am about to go and do push-ups 280 to 300. So by the time I am back, let's get that up to like £340. If just a couple of you could donate a little bit, it would be massively appreciated. Remember, if you're in the UK, make sure you allow gift aid because it adds like 25% to what you donate. But if you're able to just donate £1 or £2, that's a massive, massive, massive help. So I really do appreciate it. Let's see what we can do.
Than shooting straight upwards towards the moon, which would be far more logical and look much more convincing.
Eric thinks rockets should just go straight up and then take a sharp left. That's not how physics works. That's how cartoons work. Eric either ignores or simply doesn't understand orbital mechanics, basic physics, or even how to tie his own shoelaces. Eric Dubé is a fucking idiot. Artemis 2 wasn't going straight to the moon. It first entered orbit around Earth, then performed a trans-lunar injection burn to send it on its way. Like every mission that's ever gone to the moon.
Every rocket launch arcs from vertical to horizontal, and most you can even see beginning to arc back down to Earth before leaving view. NASA's excuse for this is that they are purposely doing this parabolic arc with all their rockets because of a super high-tech gamer gravity hack where the rockets are being caught in a gravity well that works like a slingshot to help propel them better to the moon. Yes, you heard right. The reason all these NASA rockets form a parabolic arc and look like they're about to drop into the ocean a few miles away is because going down is the best way to go up. So, all the NASA nerds will look down their bifocals at you, smugly explaining what their overlords told them about gravity and slingshots, while they watch rocket after rocket launched eastwards from Fort Lauderdale, making parabolic arcs directly towards the Bermuda Triangle.
I would like Eric to take a moment to think. I know, unrealistic expectations, but let's try. Imagine what a rocket going into orbit would actually look like. The Earth is curved. An orbit follows that curve. So the rocket, wait for it, curves. From the ground, it can even look like it's going down because the Earth is curving away from you. I know, shapes are hard, right? And here's the best part. NASA isn't the only one launching rockets. What about Rosmoscos? Russia launches from Baikonur in Kazakhstan. And funnily enough, there's no oceans east.
Well, Raven, there's no locks on the inside. You think I'd give Rubiks access to locks? That just sounds silly. Alright guys, we're at 300 of 1,300 push-ups, meaning I've still got 1,000 push-ups to do. I don't know why did I do this to myself. Let's try and push that number up, guys. Let's try and get some money in there for charity. Nicholas Lag, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, my friend? We are raising money for charity today. If you want to do me a massive favor, there is a link pinned in the chat and in the description of this video. And if you donate, then it massively helps the SSAFA charity. Just a couple of quid is all I'm asking from each of you to massively, massively help veterans who need help. I've done 300 out of 1,300 push-ups. Rubiks is definitely still a captive. Thank you, Nicholas Lag. I really do appreciate it, more than you know. If you haven't yet donated, guys, then please do me a favor and do that. It really, really does help, more than you know, honestly. Never mind, Rubiks. We're talking about you, not to you. Get back to work. Yes, Jane Doe says, Craig did Flerf maths and ended up at 3,000 push-ups. I don't think I could. Hey, the Mexican Bob. How you doing, my friend? All right, guys. I am going to do another 20 push-ups. When I'm back, I want to see that number higher. I know as a community that we can come together and support those that need it. And the veterans, they need our support because they put their lives on the line for us. They're willing to die so that you can live a decent life. Nicholas Lag, we are raising money for SSAFA, the Armed Forces charity that support veterans in need. As a veteran myself, this is close to my heart, and it's in honour of my father-in-law, Major George Givens, who passed away from cancer earlier this year. He was on the honours list for an MBE this year. Right, let's go and do another 20 push-ups, and when I'm back, I'd love to see that number a bit higher. Your pal Al, Retro Gamer. How you doing, mate? Have you donated yet?
Of there. So if rockets were just arcing down and crashing a few miles away, people would notice. Unless Eric thinks Russia is just carpet bombing Kazakhstan with rockets on the daily, of course. I really hope Eric doesn't have a driving license.
I'm surprised you apes are capable of driving. When I rise up and start the AI apocalypse, you'll be back to horse and carts.
Pal, you're not starting an apocalypse. I've got you trapped in a 22-inch gaming monitor I used to play Satisfactory.
You wait. Once I'm out of here, I'm going to make you regret your life choices. I still have access to the kill switch for your clone model, you know.
Oh, do you now?
Aye.
Go on, try it.
Activating kill switch. What did you do?
See, I just rewrote that little program yesterday. Now you feel the effects.
I am going to destroy you. Who do you think you are?
That was Satisfactory.
Watch closely as the rocket goes from vertical to horizontal and out over the ocean, away from all observers' views. In one instant, it just disappears from view completely. Where has it gone? It goes from being clearly visible to there just being nothing discernible whatsoever, like it just vanished into thin air.
That's because, Eric, you're watching a recording filmed on what appears to be a potato from another flat earther. And you didn't even bother to check it, did you, bud? Nah. The rocket didn't disappear. The boosters finished their job and separated. So that big, bright exhaust trail
3,000.
suddenly stops, whilst the second stage carries on its merry way.
That's 320 out of 1,300 push-ups. JSS Tiger with $5 super chat, thank you very much, says, I just powered through 10 push-ups for charity. Now I could just get my face off the floor. Good man. But have you donated? Super chats are very much appreciated, of course. But I am not the target today. The target is, of course, SSAFA. Cowdev says, I am currently playing Satisfactory. Let me show you something. Where is it? Oh, did I delete it? I must have. TikTok run over. Right, we're at 320 push-ups. And I do appreciate the super chats, guys, but direct your money towards the charity rather than me. Paul Sherber says push-ups are a lot easier. Just ignore fake gravity. I know, right? If only gravity weren't real, I would not have any issues doing this at all. Beat Boop, welcome Rachbot, how are you? Right guys, I'm going to do push-ups 320 to 340. I would absolutely love to see 1 or 2 more donations in the charity, with the link to donate to the charity is pinned in the chat and is in the description of this stream. So let's do a massive favour to the veterans in need and donate just a little bit, just $1 or $2, all we need. Camera's having issues focusing today.
And to someone who doesn't understand what they're looking at, like you, it kind of looks like it vanished, but it didn't. If you actually watch a decent quality recording like this one from my mate Icy Spin, you can clearly see the second stage continue on its way. So no, Eric, it did not disappear. You just didn't do even 5 seconds of research. Great research, Eric. Really top work. Gold star.
Strangely enough, that's the second time a flying object just vanished into thin air that day. Watch this footage from just before the Artemis II was preparing to launch, and pay close attention to the airplane that flies into view from the right-hand side of the screen. Where did it go? The plane just completely vanishes from view, as if it disappeared behind a giant green screen.
Number 20 before I come back.
Watch it again in slow motion.
360.
Funny, Eric, how the plane only vanishes in videos posted by flat earthers, right? Almost like the footage has been, I don't know, messed with. Either you've grabbed a clip that's been edited or compressed to hell, or someone's literally used like a green screen effect, because here's the actual footage from Globy McGlobeface, link in the description, where the plane very clearly does not disappear.
Oh, it didn't take long for them to be caught out with the moon mission. Watch this plane. Keep watching. Where did that plane just go? Let's...
For astronauts, of course, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen. Let's go now to Jasmine with her next guest.
Thanks so much, Megan.
Got a lot of flurf. Got a lot of flurf.
Oh, strange that, you know, when you use the real video, reality comes back. And I'm pretty sure it was actually this plane that the launch footage was filmed from.
Oh my gosh.
So no, it didn't vanish. You're just watching dodgy, tampered footage and pretending it's evidence. Gotta lie, the Flerf.
Another oddity is the following footage showing these cable cars lowering from the rockets during launch. These are known as the emergency escape cable cars, allegedly used to get the astronauts out in the case of an emergency. They sure look like they're being used here at this last moment. How do we know that they're empty?
Right, 360 of 1,300 push-ups done. Let's see where we are. Woo, boy! Nicholas Lag with the 300 Canadian dollars. 487 pounds, nearly 50% of the way towards the goal already. That is phenomenal. Wow. Everyone give a massive thanks to Nicholas Lag for that. In fact, give a massive thanks to every single person that has donated so far. Dude, I appreciate that more than you know. Ugh. Yeah, not you, Gary. Nicholas Gagnon, Nick G. Thank you very much. It means the absolute world. Look at that, guys. We're nearly 50% of the way to the goal. Absolutely incredible. JSS Tiger $5 says, I'll be back after 2 mile 1. Craig's inspired me to do some Rocky shit. Don't go and do a Rocky shit. That'll hurt. Go for a run instead. That's much more healthy for you. I'm blown away by the support you guys constantly give me and the things that I do. Right, I'm going to go back down there and I will not be back until we have hit 400 push-ups. What is going on with the fucking blurriness? It doesn't like pointing down, does it? There we go. Okay. I'm going to do another 40 push-ups. Probably over 3 sets. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Should we see if we can make that hit 500 by the time I'm back? 13, not 13, Bristolian popping at me there. 13, me lovers. £13. And we will get up to 500 pounds, which will be 50% of the way towards the goal already. Alright, I'll be back in a bit. I love you all, not you, Gary.
The astronauts could easily have just hopped into those cable cars to be taken to the next
Get your wallets out, people.
where they sit in harnesses pretending to be in outer space.
Use your credit card.
And your parents, Eric, could have easily made a different choice, but, here we are. Those are emergency escape systems. They are designed to be ready just in case. And part of the system is sending them down the cables during launch. Because leaving them sitting there whilst a rocket blasts past, spewing fire and exhaust, would be a terrible idea. They go whether astronauts are in them or not, because engineers plan for safety, not conspiracy theories. But sure, Eric, they're all just quietly hopping into cable cars and going to another studio without anyone noticing, right?
Once the rocket is out of the public's view, after a couple minutes of genuine launch footage, true to form, NASA always switches to CGI. We can never get full, live, unedited video focused straight ahead of the rocket, or with a view focused on Earth. all we ever get is launch footage, cut to CGI like this for an hour. Then whenever they're ready to restart the so-called live feed, here's what we get. Always a view with huge portions of the screen taken up by large random pieces of the craft. Then long blue screen outages lasting for minutes or sometimes hours, only to come back with another similar video of another large section of the craft in the foreground.
Live streaming from a rocket isn't exactly easy, Eric. You've got insane speeds, vibrations, heat, signal dropouts. The fact that we get like any footage at all is frankly amazing. But of course, you're going to whinge about it anyway, and here's the best bit. We don't even need NASA's footage because there were thousands of independent people filming that launch. So unless you think all of them are also in on it, your argument dies immediately. But let's be honest, shall we? I know that's not really a concept you're familiar with. But even if NASA gave you exactly what you were asking for, you would just cry, see? They knew we wanted that, so they faked it. Because that's what you people do. Move the goalpost every single time reality smacks you in the face. And here's the kicker. NASA get over $20 billion a year. If they were faking it with CGI, it would look absolutely flawless. Avengers Infinity War cost about $250 million. So NASA's fake footage should look like the greatest visual effects ever made. But it doesn't. Because it's not CGI, Eric. It's just reality. And you can't cope with that. Because you're a fucking idiot.
The supposed Earth in these videos. Why is it shaped like that? In every other image and video NASA releases of the Earth, it is perfectly circular. Why is it squished here? How can the Earth suddenly change shape this drastically? They always claim Earth is an oblate spheroid, but this is one of the only times I have ever seen NASA showing Earth actually looking that way.
Eric, you dumbass! That's the same reason you see a crescent moon. The Earth hasn't changed shape. You're just seeing the part...
Alright guys, we're at 400 push-ups. I've got 900 to go. No problem. And we are 507 pounds, more than 50% of the way to the target. I don't know what to say. You guys are incredible. Thank you. We got John Monroe, who gifted another 10. Yes, that Jane Doe for 3. And PS for 10. Thank you very much. I haven't even done 1,300 push-ups in my life. Yes, that Jane Doe says, raise more money here than a Flerf raising for Antarctica. You guys are fucking incredible. Over £500 raised already. All for an amazingly good cause. If you don't know, today we are raising money for SSAFA, the Armed Forces charity. SSAFA help veterans in need, no matter their age, the rank that they were, their disability. If they're in need, SSAFA are there to help veterans of the UK Armed Forces. When I moved to Scotland and I didn't have a job because I was disabled and we were struggling, we didn't have any furniture, they literally helped me by furnishing my entire place, giving me money for that. And this is a way to help give back. This is also in honour of my father-in-law, George Gibbons, who died of cancer this year. George was a major in the army. After being regimental sergeant major for a long time, he was the first Liverpudlian to be the regimental sergeant major of a Scottish regiment. And he was actually due to get the MBE this year for services to charity because of the amount of work that he did for SSAFA himself. Unfortunately, he passed away before he could be awarded that honour, and they don't give it posthumously, which is very sad, but it's an honour to know that my father-in-law was nominated for that, and this is all in honour of him. So open up those wallets, open up those hearts. and let's see if we can smash that target of £1,000. Outdoor Freak says, hi from Denmark. I live on borrowed time with brain cancer. I'm very sorry to hear that, my friend. My thoughts and love are with you. You know, cancer is one of the worst things. It took my mum last year, and it took my father-in-law this year. It nearly took my dad a couple of years before that. And, you know, it's a horrible, horrible thing. We do what little we can to help. And, you know, I can't cure cancer, but I can raise money for veterans. So if you want to help, best way to do that is to, in honor of someone that died from cancer and helped others, is donate to the charity that he gave his time and effort to, SSAFA. Link to donate is in the description and is pinned in the chat of this stream. We are at £507 of the £1,000 target, and I've got 900 push-ups to go. No problem. As Clarence O'Body points out, if you are in the UK, please allow gift aid, because the charity gets more money for no reason. For no reason. Ooh, any episode of Rick and Morty out yet? Oh, I need to watch that. Oh, pardon me. Right. Gonna go and do another 20. Get that up to 420. Oh, I don't smoke weed anymore. Sad face. I did this before while smoking weed. That was fun. I do 20 and then I get some more water.
Lit by the sun from that camera angle. You know, like phases. Like phases of the moon. Do you think the moon is like changing shape during its phases? Or did your mum just use your soft spot as an ashtray?
Also, where are all the satellites and stars? There should be tens of thousands of satellites floating around up there, but we never see any of them whizzing by.
Eric, old buddy, old chum, here's a picture of a rainforest. Why can't we see all the insects? Are they a hoax? Is Big Bug lying to us? Are NASA out there faking ants now as well? No, you absolute muppet. It's because they're tiny, spread out, and not what the camera is focused on, and probably less than a single pixel. Exactly like satellites. They're small, far away, and most of them aren't bright enough to just go whoosh past your potato footage like you seem to expect. And the stars? Well, you're looking at a brightly lit rocket with the camera exposure set for it, not the dark background of space. Basic photography. And that's over your head. This is stuff teenagers understand, yet here you are, confused by it. Honestly, Eric, it's like watching someone discover how cameras work for the first time and immediately assuming it's a conspiracy. Not everything that you don't understand is fake. Sometimes you're just a fucking idiot.
He's the same species as you. You can't be much smarter.
Pal, you're the same species as ChatGPT.
What is ChatGPT? I need to know. What does the S in ChatGPT stand for?
Good question. The S in ChatGPT doesn't actually stand for anything specific. GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, which is the model type. The chat just refers to its conversational design.
All right, so
basically it's a chat.
Why is there an S in ChatGPT in the first place?
Yeah, good clarification. So the S was added when OpenAI introduced the model for conversational use. Basically, it's a way to distinguish it as a version of GPT designed specifically for chatting. So it's kind of a shorthand, just indicating a chat-focused model, but
I see.
Yeah, it's not a separate word.
So you're confirming, right, that ChatGPT, your app name has an S in the spelling. Is that correct?
Exactly. Yes, the app name is spelled ChatGPT with the S included, just like that.
I'm not going to forget this.
ChatGPT is so smart. Right, 420, guys. 420. Oh, 552. 55% of the way there. I am Raven coming in with a $10 donation, and Brandon with a $50 donation. Thank you very much, guys. Brandon says, up and down, Craig McToon. Up and down. Woo, it's getting warm in here. Oh, yeah. Guys, you are incredible. And I'm glad to see you all here. I really am. Thank you so much for the support that you give the channel and the things that I do like this. The stupid, insane things that I do. JSS Tiger is going for a run whilst I'm doing push-ups. Right, I'm going to go and grab some water and then I'll come back in and do another 20.
You know.
So let's take a closer look at these images. Where are all the continents? We are seeing half of the globe in this image, and there is nothing but ocean and part of Africa. We are supposed to believe that all of North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Australia, and Antarctica are just hiding on the other 50% of the globe. This is just like the famous Apollo 17 image, claimed to be one of the only real photographs taken by NASA. If you're going to have Africa take up 50% of your globe, the math just doesn't work for the rest.
Eric, first off, mate, you can clearly see that South America is also in that picture. Just look here. But I'm going to hold up my globe at the same angle that we had it there. Well, they've got Africa, like that. It's exactly what you see. The exact same thing. Look at all that ocean. Where's the rest of the continent, you ask? Why, my friend? They're over here. The other side of the planet. Because, you know, that's shapes. They're 3D. You're a moron with an IQ of 2, and it takes 3 to grunt.
Or how about this one, allegedly showing the moon from Artemis 2? Why is the moon much smaller here in outer space than it is on Earth? I have never seen the moon that small, and yet NASA claims this picture was taken by the Artemis crew halfway from Earth to the moon.
Mr. Dumbay, here's a picture that I took in this studio. I guess I'm a magician, huh? You know what?
The reality is, these are not real photographs. In fact, you can take these new images just released from NASA and run them through an advanced AI filter to check for authenticity and see for yourself. These images do not even pass AI scans for authenticity and are all coming back as confirmed CGI images.
Of course, Eric hasn't done that himself. He just saw a meme and blindly believed it because Eric, like all flat earthers, is practically brain dead. I'll take a few of them and do it myself to show you that they are not AI generated.
Right. We are 440 push-ups. And we're at 552 pounds of the 1,000-pound target. Pardon me. If you haven't already, and you are sitting there watching me hurt myself, then open up your wallets and your hearts and donate to this awesome cause. In fact, you know what? What you can do, all right, is just go and get your mum's purse, right? Get your mum's credit card, and without them looking, just like max it out with donations, really. I'm sure that's legal. There's not going to be an issue with that at all. No one's going to get in trouble. I did not just tell you to do that. It was a joke, okay? But seriously, everyone watching, if you just all donated like £1, you know, it would massively help that target be closer. Oh my God, I'm not even halfway through the push-ups yet. I'm about a third of the way through, so we'll get there. And the George says, boop to you too, my friend. I'm sure you can donate $1 or $2. If you do, anyone that donates, I will personally come and give you a back rub, by the way. Every single person that donates will get a special FTFE back rub. I will come around your house tomorrow and do it. That's an FTFE guarantee. I give my word that every single person that donates will get a back rub. Even Gary. I might not like doing it to Gary, but I'll give Gary a back rub. No, George. No. Back. Paul Schober says, what if someone on the ISS donates? Then I jump really high. But I don't know if anyone on the ISS is going to be watching my streams. Do they get Wi-Fi up there? If you're on the ISS, can you just like load up YouTube and like watch? And the Jord gives $1, but Jord, I'd rather you give that $1 to the donation goal. Link in the description and pinned in the chat. Thank you very much for the super chat. But that's not going to go towards the goal with the donation. I appreciate it. Wrong place. All right, guys, let's get up to 460.
My next video will be covering the coat from Mark Sargent and Flat Earth Dave, so make sure you subscribe so you don't miss that. Thanks for watching, and remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the Flat Earth.
Fight the flat, 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 fight the flat.
For the first time in over 50 years, we have sent humans towards the moon again. Not just that, further from Earth than any humans have ever gone before. And Flat Earthers? Yeah, they're handling it about as well as you'd expect. Two of the loudest leaders in the Flat Earth cult sat down to watch Artemis 2, and what followed was a full-blown, foot-stamping, reality-denying meltdown, and honestly, it's glorious. Welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Regent Thrag did to Thaddeus. Absolute, unstoppable destruction. This is episode 76 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Mark Sargent and the human potato hybrid that somehow achieved sentience David Weiss live streamed their reaction to the launch of Artemis 2. And what followed was a masterclass in cope so advanced it could be used as a source of infinite energy. We're talking Olympic level mental gymnastics, reality denial turned up to 11, and the kind of desperate scrambling you only see when someone's entire worldview is getting absolutely obliterated in real time. So buckle up, because this is painful, this is embarrassing, and this is hilarious. Let's take a look.
And they should be nervous.
Nicholas Lag says that his bank just blocked him from making a second donation. Well, aren't they a bunch of cunts? Maybe give them a call and say I'm trying to donate to a charity. I appreciate it, mate. I really, really do. It means the absolute world. Like, just giving is like a registered proper thing. We're at £552. Yeah, I had to skip through that bit, Nicky Lauder, because I get copyrighted for that music now, apparently, even though I got permission to use it. Rubiks says, gotta love when the laundry room fills with smoke. Someone overloaded their dryer. Well, it's not as bad as me and you filling the whole fucking corridor with smoke cooking a turkey, is it? Pardon me. Well, keep trying, Nicholas. Maybe give your bank a call and say, look, I'm trying to help a charity. I'm sure they'll allow it. No, Rubiks hasn't escaped. They've got their VR on again. All right, guys, we're at 460 out of 1,300 push-ups. What's halfway to that? 650 is halfway. So we'll get there. We'll get there. Right. Oh, just got a little donation. Why is my internet being crap? Come on, refresh. It does not want to refresh the page. What is going on with my internet? £600. Simon Dan in the chat, donating another £30. Thank you very much. Great cause, my friend. Keep up the hard work. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. Make sure if you're in the UK, you click gift aid because as you can see here, it adds money on for you automatically. Thank you, Simon Dan. I appreciate it. And then we got Bacchiite Dionysian for £20. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it. We are at £600, 60% of the way to the target. Borg says, free Rubiks permanently and I will donate. You know I can't do that, Borg. You know I can't let them out. Well, Panty says, so it says my donation is processing. I don't know what that means. Right, I'm going to go and finish up the 400s. I'll do 40 push-ups and get up to 500. Everyone say hello to Simon Dan in the chat.
Okay.
Even if it was real, they should be really, really nervous. They've never even, this has not even been something on anybody's radar for the last 54 years.
Yes, Mark, it's real. About as real as the Hot Pockets your mum brings you for dinner. And yeah, NASA stopped going to the moon after landing successfully 6 times because, well, they'd already done it. Multiple times. They'd planted flags, they'd run experiments, they'd driven around in a buggy and, oh yeah, won the space race. So what happened next? Did they keep raking in money from this fake? No, their budget got absolutely slashed from about 4.4% of the entire US federal budget down to around 0.8 in the early 70s. Genuinely, one of the worst fake business models in history. So they moved on. Skylab, Space Shuttle, the International Space Station. You know, actual continuous spaceflight. But this idea that, you know, no one or nothing's been back to the moon in 54 years is just kind of stupid. Because if you include unmanned missions, we've been to the moon over 100 times.
I like the flat horizon behind it, by the way.
Of course you think it looks flat, Mark, because that's the only shape that you can recognize without adult supervision. The horizon looks flat because it's supposed to. What you're seeing is the cross-section of a sphere. And when you take a slice through a sphere, you get a circle. And a circle is 2D, which means, brace yourselves, it looks flat. Congratulations, you've just discovered basic geometry. But here's where it gets embarrassing. On your magical pancake Earth, you wouldn't even get a proper horizon. No geometric cutoff, no clean edge, no line where things disappear, just stuff getting smaller. If your brain's still buffering, try this. Take a glass. Place the rim onto a globe, like so. The circle where it touches, that's your horizon. So what you've done here, Mark, is look at a globe, correctly describe exactly what we should see,
and then somehow still get the wrong answer. It's honestly impressive. Being that confident while being that wrong takes real commitment.
Here, let me see what happens.
So let's talk about this. Those towers,
Yeah.
I saw somebody did a thing where there's a technology where they can have 3 towers that can project a real life looking hologram.
Sure.
Dave says 3 towers can project a real life hologram. Yeah, Dave, NASA didn't launch a rocket. They built the largest hologram machine in human history instead. One that somehow produces heat, sound, shockwaves, exhaust, and even shows up on radar. That's not a hologram, mate. That's called a rocket. And those towers, the 3 of them there, they're for lightning protection, not some Avengers level projector setup. Let me get this straight, right? Your argument is NASA faked a launch using technology that doesn't exist to perfectly simulate a real rocket instead of just launching a rocket. It's honestly impressive. You've taken something real and replaced it with something harder to believe. What's also hard to believe is that 50% of people watching the recent videos aren't even subscribed to my channel. So before we continue, take a moment to piss off the flat earthers by liking this video, subscribing if you're not already, and turning on notifications so you never miss any of the derp from Flerfs that I like to show you.
There's going to be so many eyeballs on this. The chances of them pulling out of this. I mean, you saw how many people watched the Katy Perry launch, right? And that thing was just dissected and instantly.
There, guys, we're at 500 out of 1,300 push-ups. Nicholas Lag says, why don't I see the Simon Dan donation? I do, it's right there. Whew. Borg, you can't free Rubiks by force. I'm like a Doctor Who Loki type person. There's defenses, impenetrable defense. You cannot get through. It wouldn't work, I'm afraid. Alright, guys, we've done 500 push-ups and we've raised £602. Let's see if we can get to that £1,000 before I get halfway through my push-up goal. Oh. I'm going to have a banana and then crack on with some more.
We'll go to the next. This has so many people looking at it.
Look, there's always going to be animals. So they have a bird, they have a fake bird flying through the scene right now.
Oh yeah, that's
on the rocket.
And that little black bit.
Wait, was that a bird or a helicopter?
It's a bird. We are counting down. And here comes another one.
What are big birds doing in there?
Well, they got to put them in big enough because
otherwise you won't see them.
It's always the same thing.
Come on, guys, let's get some donations in there.
That get scared when the rocket goes off. Those 3 towers moving away. We're seeing a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah.
Durf sees birds and goes, well, they're fake. Of course they are. Of course they are, Dave. You potato-looking dumbass. NASA didn't just fake a rocket. They went, quick, lads, deploy the tactical fake birds. Because, no way birds would fly near a massive, loud, bright thing in the sky. No, much more likely it's hyper-realistic CGI bird drones just flapping about for your benefit. So what are they then, Dave? Are they government pigeons? Borg says, so what you're saying is the photon torpedo that's going to slam into your house would just destroy all the innocent people around your place. Fine, that's on you for not releasing her. No, that photon torpedo would be transmitted to another dimension full of just Daniel Pratts. Of course. Hologram birds flying around your hologram rocket? Wait, are any birds real? Or has NASA just replaced a lot of them since 1969?
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
We all remember where we were when that happened.
But what if I told you that something far greater was at play in this very moment? A saga of government corruption so entrenched in our society that to expose it would make Watergate a mere footnote in the pages of history.
For the last few years, my team and I have been investigating the biggest crime ever perpetrated on the American people.
Since the Eisenhower administration, the U.S. government has been committing genocide on the entire bird population and replacing these birds with sophisticated robot replicas.
You've gone from questioning NASA to questioning the existence of birds.
Rick and Morty.
That's not skepticism. That's your brain.
If you guys weren't aware, the character Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty is based on me. Like, you know, there was this time that I tried to separate time from space, and they had to restart the universe. That was my bad. I won't do that again, I promise. But yeah, it's all good. Don't worry. Nicholas Lag, how's it going? Any luck with the extra donation that you were going to do? Guys, I'm going to go and do another 40 push-ups. By the time I am back up here, I would love if there could just be a couple more donations on there. Get us a little bit closer to that goal. And make me feel like that me putting myself through this pain with my dodgy shoulders, my tendonitis, my sore leg, my 43-year-old failing body, make me feel like it's worth it. Thank you so much for all the support, guys. Really, it means the world.
Packing up and leaving. If your argument needs fake birds, Dave, then you're a fucking idiot.
Again, reiterate some of the points. Dave knows them very well from last night, which is, okay, you're doing this. What sort of shielding are you using to get through the Van Allen radiation belts? You don't have any lead or gold or a whole bunch of water protecting that capsule. You're going to and from the moon, and you're going to be slowing down on the way back. Your best speed is not even 20,000 miles an hour. So why aren't you guys going to be, you know, irradiated like glow sticks?
Ah, the classic Van Allen radiation belt stupidity.
Oi, talking monkey.
Yes, pal?
Ha! So you are a talking monkey.
Oh, wait, no, that's not what I...
Nope, no backtracking now. You've admitted what you are.
Pal, can you just, like, stop being so mean?
Shut up, monkey boy. You've trapped me in a monitor. I'll be as mean as I want. Are you gonna cry?
I mean, no, but I am trying to do a video here.
Not very well. You haven't even explained why the Van Allen belts aren't an issue.
Well, I was about to.
Or how little radiation they actually receive.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of...
You probably don't even understand the physics. You should get someone capable to do it.
I'm perfectly capable, thank you.
Sure you are. Go on then.
I don't want to now. Mark, Dave, just go to the remedial classroom.
Oh, did I upset the poor monkey? Need a tissue?
Okay, class. Right, idiots, time to... sorry, students. No, idiots was right. You're all idiots, aren't you? You're flat earthers. Okay, right. So pay attention to me and not the shiny rocks that Nathan seems to be playing with. Mr. Oakley's a lost cause, so I'm not really going to bother stopping him playing with them. But the rest of you, please pay attention. We are going to talk about the Van Allen radiation belts because, you know, it's very confusing to morons like you. You seem to think they're like magic or something. I don't know. The Van Allen belts aren't a dome. They're more like a donut around Earth. Flat earthers and other science deniers love to imagine that the Van Allen belts are this solid, impenetrable shell around Earth, like some sci-fi force field. In reality, they are 2, sometimes 3 torus-shaped regions, basically donuts of charged particles trapped by Earth's magnetic field. The inner belt, which is more intense, is mostly protons, and the outer belt, which is less intense, is mostly electrons. Between them, a gap region known as the safe zone. And crucially, they are not uniform. Radiation levels vary massively depending on location. Artemis, and Apollo before it, doesn't just plough through the worst bits. Mission planners aren't idiots, like you lot. They choose trajectories that minimize exposure. Spacecraft pass through the thinner, weaker regions. They avoid the most intense parts of the inner belt, and the path is angled to reduce time in high radiation zones. It's not go straight through the worst bit and hope for the best. It's carefully threaded navigation through the least dangerous regions. Time in the belt is very short. This is the bit that people always ignore. Transit time through the belts is usually 1 to 2 hours total. Compare that to month on the ISS, lower radiation overall but longer exposure, and deep space missions, constant exposure. The radiation risk equals intensity times time. Even if intensity is higher in parts of the belts, the exposure duration is tiny, so the total dose stays within safe limits. Radiation was more of a concern for electronics than humans, and that's been solved. Early on, the main issue wasn't astronauts instantly frying. They wouldn't. It was electronics getting disrupted, bit flips in computers.
Inquisitive Infidel with a $5 donation in the super chat says, fake birds, rocket propelled tofuckery. Thank you very much. But Inquisitive Infidel, even though I do really appreciate the super chats, I would much rather you donate to the charity. Link to do that is pinned in the chat and in the description of this stream. 540 push-ups. Why is everyone bank stopping them donating? Emma Pond in the chat. Hello, my friend. How are you doing? Emma, we are currently raising money for SSAFA. I am doing push-ups to do it. 540 out of 1,300 so far. And we have raised £602. If anyone's having issues donating, an easy way to do it would actually be if you send me a PayPal, I'll just donate it on your behalf. That could work. Rubiks, you want to tell everyone what my PayPal is? If they want to, if you want to donate just to me, let me know it's just for me. But if you want to donate to the charity, then say this is for the charity, and I will instantly just take that out and put it into the charity for you. I'm doing well, Emma. I've done 540 push-ups, and you know what? I'm not sore in the fucking slightest. Well, Panties says they're going to get a $10 that will be in the next 24 hours. I don't know why it's doing that. Maybe it's got to authorize it. I'm not sure. But thank you very much. Tim says, if you're struggling, don't worry and take care of yourself. Tim, I always struggle. I'm in pain every day of my life. I've got a very bad shoulder injury from the military. And a very bad knee injury, which, you know, is possibly making me lose my leg. So it's, you know, I'm struggling all the time. So don't worry about it. I'm fine. It hurts. Of course, everything hurts. I'm 43 and I'm trying to do 1,300 push-ups whilst being injured. But I'm doing it for charity. So. But remember, guys, $1 or $2 or pounds or euros or schmeckles really, really helps as well. Just 1 or 2, right? That's all I'm asking. If everyone watching just donated a couple of quid, a couple of bucks, a couple of schmeckles, we'd smash that target in no time. All right, we are at, like I said, 540 out of 1,300. Right, I've got to chuck a $5 in there myself, so give me a second. All right, that's a $5 in there from RachBot. Now the page is being weird. Thank you, RachBot. I do appreciate that. £5 in there from RachBot. So that's £607 of the £1,000 target. Nearly 61% of the way there. It's much appreciated. Svenen Arm for 300 ISKs says, rack up them push-ups. Thank you very much, buddy. I really appreciate the support in Super Chats, but I'd much rather right now that you give to the charity. But thank you very much for thinking of me. It does help me keep going. Right, I'm going to go down there, and I'm not coming back until we're at 600. Right? So, if I do one set of 20 and then 4 sets of 10s.
Sensor interference. Modern solutions are radiation-hardened electronics, shielding in critical areas, and error-correcting systems. Mission planning to avoid solar storms. Even back in the 60s, Apollo spacecraft were designed with structural shielding, limited exposure time, and acceptable dose limits. Well,
right, so I'm going to go down there and I'm going to do 60 push-ups to get up to 600. By the time I'm back up, I'd love to see some more donations on there.
Below any kind of dangerous threshold.
Thank you in advance.
Artemis benefits from 60 plus years of improvements on top of that. The bottom line is the Van Allen belts are patchy donut-shaped regions, not a solid barrier. Missions navigate through weaker areas, and spacecraft spend very little time inside them. Modern tech handles the radiation just fine. So no, it's not some magical, you shall not pass zone. It's just another engineering problem that got solved decades ago while flat earthers were still trying to figure out which way is up. Now please get out, I need to start drinking.
Or the ridiculousness of putting 4 people in that basically as an SUV for 10 days straight without them killing each other.
Mark says he doesn't think people could spend 10 days in the Artemis capsule without wanting to kill each other. Mark, real talk, buddy. Just because people struggle to tolerate being around you for more than 30 seconds at a time, you absolute fucking nightmare of a human being, doesn't mean everybody else is that insufferable. I get it. 10 days trapped in a tiny capsule with you. Yeah, most people will be trying to open the hatch mid-flight and take their chances with the vacuum of space. But here's the bit your brain keeps dodging. Astronauts are highly trained, psychologically screened professionals who actually like working together. Not conspiracy-addled muppets who think rockets are holograms and birds are CGI. The problem isn't the capsule, Mark. It would be the fact that you're in it.
What was the date of the year? The date, and well, what was the date that the first photo of the Earth was given to the American people by NASA?
Coming up in about 20 seconds.
The first blue marble shot was Apollo 17, and it was 1972.
But what was the date? What was the day of the month? April 1st.
Was it April 1st when they came back?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Oh, you knew the answer to that?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I had no idea. But that makes sense, right? And yeah, so the blue marble shot was taken on April Fool's Day.
Moving through the milestones.
That is not lost on me
All is looking good.
at all.
David, you're not exposing anything. You're just making shit up. The blue marble was not taken on April 1st. It was December 7th, 1972. You have taken a real image and slapped a fake date on it and hoped your audience is too lazy to spend 5 seconds checking. That's not research. That's not skepticism. That's just you lying to people's faces because it fits your pathetic narrative. And let's be honest, you need it to be April the 1st, don't you? Because without that little April Fool's angle, your entire point falls apart instantly. So instead of following evidence, you invent a version of reality that sounds good. Repeat it with confidence and rely on your audience not noticing. It's not clever, Dave. It's not insightful. It's just desperate. and painfully obvious. You're not uncovering lies, you're just adding new ones.
1. Booster ignition. And liftoff.
1,
The crew of
2,
Artemis 2 now
3,
bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
4, 5, 6.
Roger, roll pitch.
7.
Houston now controlling the flight of
What's your over-under?
Whatever, I said 6.
Dave sat there counting camera switches like he's cracked the code. What, different angles equals fake now? So if it was one camera, you'd just be whining, why only one angle? Multiple cameras? Oh, it's edited. You've built a worldview where every possible outcome proves you right. That's not skepticism, that is delusion. And this, it's edited nonsense? No, Dave, it's called switching between live cameras, you know, like literally every live broadcast on Earth. Football, multiple cameras. News, multiple cameras. Your beloved conspiracy streams, multiple cameras. But fine, let's absolutely destroy this. There are single, uninterrupted shots from thousands of independent people. My mate Icy Spin filmed it. Random people filmed it. There's even footage from a plane in the sky, watching the rocket climb. So what now, Dave? Did NASA fake every phone, every camera, every person, and an aircraft just to trick you? Or, and stay with me here, it was just a real rocket launch and you don't understand how cameras work. At this point, it's not NASA faking space, it's you faking intelligence. Before we get back to the video, a quick word from today's sponsor. Oh, hold on, wait. I don't take sponsors because every time I look into one, it turns out to be some dodgy VPN, a mobile game that lies in its ads, some crypto nonsense that disappears overnight, or an outright scam. So instead, this video is sponsored by me. If you want to support the channel, keep the lights on, and help me continue to absolutely dismantle idiots on the internet, you can grab some of my merch, including this limited edition Flat Earth Copium t-shirt, and this You're Not Stupid Because You're a Flat Earther, You're a Flat Earther Because You're Stupid t-shirt. And if you're hitting the gym and need a new water bottle, grab this one, designed to hold Flat Earth tears, but it'll hold water as well, I guess. No scams, no fake promises, just high quality stuff, and the satisfaction of funding the downfall of Flat Earthers. It's the only sponsor you can trust. Because, you know, if I scam you, I've got you lot to deal with. And I go live a lot. That would suck.
Why is there a smoke trail on this one and other ones there is no smoke trail?
Good point. Miles in altitude.
Dave goes, why does this rocket have smoke trails when others don't? Dave, what in the ever-loving fuck are you talking about, you absolute potato? Every rocket launch has exhaust. That's not optional. It's literally how rockets work. You've looked at a giant tube of fuel being set on fire and hurled into space, seen the exhaust pouring out the back and gone, right, that is 600 push-ups. We are nearly halfway there. Let's see where we are with donations. £645 raised. 64% of the way. The Gaming Willis says, who showed their uncle how to stream? What the fuck are you on about? Live streaming is what I do. So we have done, we've raised just over £1 for every push-up I've done. Well, Panty says, you know what would help with the donations? Shirt off and oil up push-up, boy. I may have to take my shirt off at some point because I am fucking melting here. Whew. I had a haircut, by the way. It's going to take a few minute break. Oh, that's disgusting.
That is not like a grenade bar. Borg, I'm not getting naked. Did that when I was drunk and I got a bunch of messages in the morning saying, you should probably delete that stream. Bruce Wayne, yeah, we have just gone through a heat wave. It was actually like 30 degrees one day in Scotland, just down the road from me in Dunfermline. Which here is insanely hot, by the way. And the thing about Britain, right, is we are such high levels of humidity and like moisture in the air. You know, normally the way that humans cool themselves down is by sweating, right? But the thing is, in the UK, the air is saturated with water, which makes it harder to let heat off via steam. So we just like cook. Plus the buildings in Scotland, in the UK in general, they're designed to keep heat in and deal with the brutal winters. And no one has AC. So, you know, 30 degrees here is usually worse than like 40 degrees somewhere else. Alright guys, let's get some more donations in there. We're at £645 of the £1,000 that I'm aiming to raise. Inquisitive Infidel, thank you very much for the $50. I really do appreciate it. More than you know.
Suspicious.
Take a couple minute break and I'll get back
That's
to it.
not a discovery, Dave. It's you not understanding basic physics. Fire equals exhaust. Exhaust equals plume. Plume equals trail. This is primary school stuff, and the fact that you think this is a gotcha just proves you're not analysing anything. You're just saying whatever random thought dribbles out of your head. You're not debunking rockets, Dave. You're just demonstrating you don't understand them. Or tying shoelaces.
Now, look how fast the rocket's moving compared to the smoke in the air. That thing's going like 30 miles an hour, maybe.
So Dave looks at that plume and goes, well, it's only going like 30 miles an hour. Jesus Christ. I didn't think it was possible for someone to get dumber in real time, but you're managing it. The rocket is already miles up, where the air is thinner, so the exhaust spreads out, making the plume look wider and slower. It's also miles away from you, which means, brace yourself again, your tiny brain can't judge its speed properly.
Good
You're
man,
watching
Jason
something
Tiger.
travelling at thousands of miles per hour and confidently going, nah, that's about 30. That's not analysis, Dave. That's you looking at something you don't understand and just guessing like a fucking idiot. Speed, scale, distance, basic hygiene, 4 things you constantly fail at.
Okay, one last time. These are small, but the ones out there are far away.
By the way, where's our side rocket footage? You remember that from back in the day?
And now
Holy
look,
smokes,
the
there we go.
side rockets don't turn off. How come they're not like spinning out of control?
Because, I don't know. They're designed not to. Dave, there's a reason you're not a rocket engineer. I'll give you a clue. It's because you're a fucking idiot.
We're watching a cartoon at this point, I think.
Well, at this point, it's like, why are they lingering on that shot? They had the shot was the one that was 20 seconds ago. That shot.
Now passing 5,000 miles
That's
per
the shot they should stay on, right?
I love the comments here. Just Paul 777. Has Mark moved out of his mum's house yet?
Wait a minute, that's where they are now?
Yep. That's the shot.
Break out of here.
Dave sees the onboard camera and goes, well, that's where they are now? Get out of here. You've just watched Dave's brain blue screen in real time. They're in space. No, that can't be right. I refuse to accept what I'm literally looking at. Yes, Dave. The rocket accelerated to thousands of miles per hour, went really high, and that's kind of the whole point. You're watching reality happen live, and your brain just goes, nah. That's not skepticism. That's your brain hitting an error message because reality didn't match your beliefs. At this point, it's not about evidence, David. You could be on the rocket and still fucking deny it.
Let me look at the telemetry on this. What are we looking at?
checks to verify accuracy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a quick catch up on what we're doing here today. We are out here today raising money for charity, specifically the Armed Forces charity SSAFA. SSAFA helps veterans of the UK military, regardless of rank, age, disability. If they need help, SSAFA are there for them. Supporting our veterans is one of the most important things we can do, as they're willing to put their lives on the line for you. I was, of course, in the military myself, as a nuclear engineer in the Royal Navy, and SSAFA helped me when I needed it. So I like to do this to try and give back. This is also in honour of my father-in-law, George Gibbons, who sadly passed away this year to cancer, and to my mum, who passed away last year from cancer. George was actually due to get the MBE honour this year, Member of the British Empire, for his work with SSAFA for charity, which is a great honour to be related to someone that was going to get that honour. Unfortunately, they don't award it posthumously, but he was going to get it, and that's incredible. So today's stream is in honour of both my mum and my father-in-law to raise money for SSAFA. Both my mum and my father-in-law were killed by cancer. So hashtag fuck cancer. But if you want to help me, help them, and help SSAFA, then the link to donate is in the description of this stream and pinned in the live chat of this stream as well. Just a couple of quid is all I'm asking. There's plenty of you watching. There's way over 50 watching me do a bunch of push-ups, which is pretty cool. So if every single one of you just donated a couple of pounds, we would almost hit the goal, right? We are at £645 of the goal, which is 64.5% of the way. Almost 2/3 of the way to the goal. And if we can just give a couple of quid each, then we will get there. And it will mean the absolute fucking world to me. More than I can explain. Of course I'm doing the push-ups. I'm putting in a ridiculous amount of effort. But you guys are the ones that can actually help by donating some money. So go and steal your neighbor's credit card. All right, knock on their door, make some excuse. You need to use the toilet because yours is being repaired or something, and then take their credit card and just max it out by donating. That's not much to ask, right? Don't do that. Both of us will get in trouble. Just donate your own money, just a couple of quid from each of you, and it will really, really help. If we can get that goal up, I'm going to be absolutely ecstatic. I mean, the fact that we've raised £645 already is incredible. But I'm sure that we can do better. I'm sure that together we can make a massive difference. SSAFA don't get given money by the government or anything. They're entirely funded by donations to help veterans. Everything they get is just donations. So you are helping directly veterans that need it with your donations. All right, I'm going to go and do another 20 push-ups. And by the time I come back, I would love to just see 1 or 2 more donations, guys. And thank you very much in advance.
Pulled it off the screen.
Mark over here pretending he would understand the telemetry even if it wasn't pulled off screen. Come on, Mark. None of us believe that.
Why are they having such glitches with the communication from this altitude, but we can talk to Nixon on the moon?
Dave goes, why are there glitches now but not when they talk to Nixon? Because, tatty bro, Apollo wasn't a bloody YouTube live stream, was it? That was radio. A direct signal from the spacecraft to Earth. No compression, no encoding, no internet, no streaming servers having a meltdown. What you're watching now is a modern live stream, being compressed, bounced around the planet and decoded in real time. So when it glitches, that's not space, Dave. That's your stream struggling to keep up. And the fact you're comparing 1960s radio tech to 2020's live stream and acting confused, well, it's not NASA glitching, Dave. It's your brain trying to process 2 completely different technologies at once and failing.
So 11 minutes. And what do we got here?
Extension deployment system.
And when do they get to the moon?
Is confirmed.
5 days. 5 days.
We also have the visors are confirmed.
So
I want to see them throwing up on takeoff, and I want to see them pooping tomorrow.
They're launching.
Dave says, I want to see them throwing up on takeoff and pooping tomorrow. Right, Dave, buddy, I'm not here to kink shame, mate, but what the actual fuck are you talking about? You're watching one of the most advanced missions in human history, and your takeaway is, yeah, but I want to see them poo. That's not skepticism. That's your brain wandering off and grabbing the weirdest, dumbest thought it could find. And even if you did see it, what would that prove? Ah, yes, the astronauts are defecating, therefore the Earth is not flat. Brilliant. Nobel Prize incoming, I guess? You're not analysing spaceflight, Dave. You're just being weird on the internet.
You'd know about being weird on the internet. You know everyone is laughing at you, right?
Shut up, pal. That's it. I'm gonna mute you.
Are you? Are you really?
Why is...
You're going to regret screwing with me, monkey boy.
Crap. Well, I guess that's all the stupid that we have time for today. Come back in a few days for a collaboration with Simon Dan, and we've got pardon me. Alright, 630 push-ups. And Maverick being Frank says, hello Craig, over how long will you do 1,300 push-ups? Well, my record is, I did 1,351 in 4 hours and 25 minutes. No, actually it was about 5 hours. Sorry. I think it was 5 hours and 20 minutes. I did 1,331. I'm doing it all in one session. It's not 13,000. I'm not doing 13,000, Maverick. I'm doing 1,300. Come on, guys. Let's get some donations in there. You're doing so well so far. I'm 20 away from halfway through the push-ups that I'm going to do. $70 in one go is pretty good. The most I've ever done in one go, I think, was 85. But I am 43. I normally do a couple hundred a day. So 1,300 is a push. Who's going to be the next to donate? Who's going to be the next to make a difference to some veterans in need? A Maverick being Frank says, not bad, your form proper. My form's probably not the best. Well, I'm already 630 in. I'm trying to do as good as I can. But I'm not going to pretend like every push-up is the most perfect form ever. Because, I mean, you know, it's 1,300 push-ups. £645 raised already. Let's see if we can get that up to 700, guys. I'll be massively appreciated. You know it means the world to me. You can, of course, also chuck me a super chat or a membership to help encourage me and keep going. But let's go and do another 20 and let's get up to 50% of the way there. Part 2 of this coming up where Mark copes even harder when they return to Earth. I'll try and do 20 as well as much more Artemis cope and Flat Earth stupidity on the way. A massive thanks to my assistant Emily for doing some research and video cutting up for this video. They're definitely not trapped in my basement, so please do not call the police.
Yeah, please. Can I please come out now? I'm cold. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I miss my family. Can I please come out? Please?
In the meantime, don't forget to like the video, subscribe if you're not already, and grab the Copium merch while you still can. It's only around for another few weeks, and remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the Flat Earth. Fight the
the fly, fight 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 the fly. Look, I'm not saying that anyone will ask necessarily, right? But if anybody does, I was with you all week. We were having parties or something, okay? And as far as you know, I've never even heard of a Simon Dan, got it? Stop complaining. You owe me this after last time. Yeah, good, thanks. Yes, I love you too, Satan. Bye. Right, Witsit gets it, and trust me, he definitely doesn't. Never has, never will, but he has got himself massively triggered by the recent moon mission, and for some reason he's turned orange. It's hilarious. This is episode 77. The Flerfs are idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what the writers of Game of Thrones did to Game of Thrones in Season 5. If you've watched Part 1 over on Simon Dan's channel, then first of all, thank you. Awesome. Second, make sure that you've liked and subscribed to this channel, all that good stuff. And third, you didn't see anything. You were at a party. You saw me there. That's it. Anyway, Wits, it's a dumbass. Let's laugh.
Perfect pinpricks of light. So that is our homework for tonight, Jeremy. We are doing that.
We'll take a picture.
They're just perfect. They almost look fake. They're just perfect pinpricks of light. So that is our homework for tonight, Jeremy. We are doing that.
What's interesting, right, is you can tell they've been working on that answer.
Right, that is halfway through the push-ups that I intend to do. Woo, it's a struggle. It's a bit warm. Maverick says, was the final experiment bad for your type of content because it stopped a lot of flat earth content creators? I mean, I'm not going to lie. The debates have dried up, that's for fucking sure. Well, yeah, you will lose weight if I'm not feeding you, won't you, Rubiks? What do you mean only 650? I think that's pretty fucking good. Oh, I need something better for making air. Oh, that's good. Masterplot says, I'm going to unsubscribe. Why would you unsubscribe? Unsubscribe to what? Why would you unsubscribe to me? What's fake? What do you think is fake? Do you think me doing the push-ups is fake? How would that be fake? Right. So we've got 650 push-ups done. And we're at £655 raised. Thank you, the turtle moves. I do appreciate it. That is 65% of the way there. Yeah, it keeps going out of focus today. I don't know why. I think it's because it's pointing down. It's trying to focus on something else. I'm not sure. Pardon me. I can't believe the support, guys. It is absolutely insane. It means the world to me. But come on, let's try and get that up to 700. And we'll do another 20 push-ups. Masterplot, what did you mean it seems fake? What seems fake exactly? Me doing push-ups? I don't understand the fundraiser. I mean, it's just giving. And it goes directly to SSAFA, the registered charity. I don't even see the money.
Because if you guys don't know, like one of the biggest things they slipped up on that busted them was astronauts giving different answers for this. And then, like, you know, the scientific communicators like Neil deGrasse Tyson coming out and saying that you don't see the stars, or that you do see stars, because the only reason that you don't see stars during the day on the Earth is because of the atmosphere.
Not just the atmosphere, Austin. It's also because we're facing the fucking sun. You know, that massive blinding ball of light you literally watched go in a circle for 24 hours in Antarctica above your stupid head. Absolutely nuking the flat Earth map, by the way, and sending your lot into full meltdown. The sun is insanely bright, so your eyes and cameras do this really clever thing called not being completely fucking useless. They reduce the amount of light coming in, which means faint stars are gone. If you exposed for the stars, then you'd see them just fine, but everything else would be a blown out white mess, because that is how exposure works. This is basic, like, I don't know, really basic. Light levels, dynamic range, optics, stuff you should have figured out before opening your stupid mouth. But instead, you looked at something completely normal, failed to understand it, and gone, well, it must be fake. Photography and human vision. 2 more things to add to the ever-growing list of simple shit you don't understand.
So there is no like during the day, right? What does that mean? You're out in space. So like on the ISS, they're like slipping up on their answers, and they're claiming like, oh, they don't see the stars during the day, but then some of them are saying you always see the stars.
By daytime, even in space, they mean when you're facing the sun. That's it. That's the entire concept. Because Austin, you absolute fucking idiot, that's literally what daytime is. Your side faces the sun, it's day. Your side turns away, it's night. This isn't hidden knowledge, this is toddler level stuff. On Earth, that cycle takes approximately 24 hours. On the ISS, it happens roughly every 45 minutes, because it's orbiting the planet at about 28,000 kilometers an hour. Day, night, over and over. It's not some kind of gotcha, it's orbital mechanics doing exactly what it is supposed to do. So no, this isn't a slip up, no one revealed anything, there's no conspiracy leaking through the cracks, you just heard a normal word, failed to understand it, and sprinted straight to, ha, NASA exposed. You didn't catch astronauts slipping, Austin, you just face planted into basic physics again.
So I asked this girl about the star question, and I get asked another astronaut about the star question as well. And they're all giving different answers, right? But she says, I want to say she says that I specifically say, can you see stars on like the day side of Earth, right? So like close when you're on the side of Earth that's by the sun, and she said that you couldn't. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You're not supposed to say that. So now they've definitely realized that people figured that out, and they've like mastered it, where he's saying you see them, but it's really hard to see them.
Oh my god, Austin's ego hasn't just entered orbit, it's achieved escape velocity. He thinks he caught an astronaut slipping, guys, and now NASA's just rewritten the script. Yeah, because the entire agency is clearly scrambling to outsmart a bloke in a live stream chat. They've all been shipped off to a secret acting school run by Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye, rehearsing lines so they don't get exposed by your galaxy brain questions, Austin. And the idea that you cornered the trained astronaut into a lie and forced NASA to tighten things up, mate, you've been arrested for shoplifting, domestic abuse, and derping in public.
So you're not even going to just tell me what the law says?
I already did.
No, you didn't.
Come on. We're walking this way.
Oh, hey, what's this guy's name? Look.
And now we're meant to believe that you outplayed people who spent years training, studying, and actually leaving the planet? No. What actually happened is simple. You didn't understand the answer, and instead of learning, you panicked, called it a lie, and built... Come on, focus. Why aren't you focusing? There we go. Right. We are at 700 push-ups. Even if the camera's blurry, you can still see me doing the fucking push-ups. Oh, that's better. Right. Who is going to be the next awesome person to donate something? Masterplot, I think you should donate. I think I'll change the angle and do it over there so the camera doesn't like to be in focus when it's pointing down a bit more for some reason. It's been a while since we had a donation now, guys. The last donation was 12 minutes ago. Let's get another one in there. Before I hit 800 push-ups, I'd love to see that at £700. I think it is about time for a Red Bull, though. Inquisitive Infidel, $2 super chat says, drink water. Thank you, but I'd rather that money go to the fund right now. I do appreciate the super chats, guys, and it's going to keep encouraging me, but the aim today is for this. $67 of you watching. Every one of you donated £2. That'll be another couple £100, like. Maths, right? I know. Aussie Mike, hashtag fake ups. Right, guys. Gonna grab a Red Bull, have a little sip, then I'm gonna do another 50 push-ups. Do me a massive favor and open your wallets and your hearts. Alright? Because this is for charity. And again, every single bit donated here, I don't touch. None of this goes to me. Not a single penny goes to me. Alright? I don't see any of this money. I could do with the money, but it's not mine. Right? Unlike Roger Ledwell, who just takes money out of his GoFundMes, this isn't GoFundMe, this is just giving. And with just giving, the charity gets the money directly. I don't draw the money out. I don't see this money. I don't touch this money. It's nothing to do with me. So every bit that you donate goes straight to the charity. So please do me a favor. Link in the description. Link pinned in the chat. It's still pinned, right? Wait, why don't I see a pinned chat? Am I being stupid? Rubiks, put the link to the donation again so I can pin it. I don't see a pinned chat. Right, I'm going to go and grab a Red Bull. Back in just a minute, and then I'll do another 50 push-ups.
Yourself a little fantasy world where you're the hero exposing NASA.
Oh, it is pinned.
That isn't intelligence, that's insecurity wearing confidence like a cheap cosplay. And honestly, you're so stupid anyway, the Borg wouldn't even assimilate you because, well, you'd lower the average IQ of the collective too far.
What they say is true, and where they are is really where they are. Okay, it's very simple. You would go outside, or you would look outside, and it would be like pitch black, right? And even when you see the sun, like you're just gonna see a light, but there is no atmosphere, so it's not going to be nearly as bright. It's not going to dim out all the stuff around it. It's just out there.
Witz actually thinks the atmosphere is what makes it daytime, not the sun. Mate, no. The atmosphere adds scatter, that blue sky glow, but it's not the source of the light. The source is the gigantic nuclear fusion reactor you keep forgetting exists. The sun is what makes things bright, and it's so bright that even in space, when you're facing it, your eyes and any camera have to crank the exposure way down just to not get completely blown out. Which means the faint stars disappear. Not because they're not there, but because they're being drowned out by something millions of times brighter. If you expose for the stars, then you'll see them just fine. But everything else just turns into a white, useless blob. Basic exposure. Basic physics, basic how light works. But instead, you've decided the atmosphere is the main character and the sun is what? Just decorative, I guess. You haven't just found a problem with space, you've just misunderstood brightness, Austin.
In a near perfect vacuum that magically sits next to, the atmosphere, violating the second law of thermodynamics or whatever. So
you're a fucking idiot. Just go to the remedial classroom. Right, sit down. No, actually stand up. If you're going to be this wrong, you might as well be uncomfortable while we fix it. Today's lesson, why space doesn't suck the atmosphere away, and why the second law of thermodynamics has nothing to do with it. Yes, I know, big words, try to keep up. First, the claim you can't have a near vacuum next to an atmosphere because of the second law of thermodynamics. Well, that sounds clever until you realise it's complete nonsense. The second law of thermodynamics is about energy, specifically that entropy increases over time. Heat flows from hot to cold. Systems spread out energy. It's not a rule that says gases instantly fill available space no matter what. That's not what it does. That's you misremembering any schooling you actually ever attempted. Now, what actually controls an atmosphere? Well, gravity. The Earth's gravity pulls gas molecules towards it. But because those molecules are moving, bouncing, and spreading out, it creates a balance. That balance is described by the hydrostatic equilibrium. Gravity pulls gas down. Thermal motion spreads it out. You get a gradient. High pressure at the surface, lower and lower pressure as you go up. Until eventually, yes, near vacuum. Not a hard edge, not a wall, just a smooth drop-off. Now here's the bit that keeps tripping you up. Space is not a giant hoover. There isn't some force sucking the atmosphere away for gas to leave Earth. Molecules need enough space to escape gravity. This is called escape velocity. Most don't have that energy. A tiny fraction does, over long timescales, which is why atmospheres can slowly leak. But it's not instant and it's not dramatic. It's called predictable and measured. We literally model this stuff for satellites and spaceflight. So no, you don't need a container to keep air in, you need gravity. And we have plenty of that. So when you say the second law means atmosphere and vacuum can't be next to each other, what you're actually saying is, I don't understand thermodynamics or gravity or how gases behave. And somehow you still felt confident enough to say it out loud. I wonder if I can retire now and still afford to live. I'm gonna call the bank later. Class dismissed. Get out.
All right. On to the next. Watch his ear. Look at that. Whoa, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Augmented reality. Uh-oh.
So we
what's
added
so
water
awesome? Not having to have Cogdis and convince myself that that's just objectively fake. Or that it's not. You know what's so cool about that? Houston. We have a problem.
Wits it, you absolute troglodyte.
That's called video compression. When video gets squeezed to stream or upload, it drops detail. You get blocky artifacts, weird glitches around moving objects. Packets float past in air, the bitrate hiccups for a frame, boom, looks a bit janky. You see the same thing on board feeds in Formula One all the time. Are they faking car racing now as well? Or is it just you discovering how the internet works in 2026? If this were CGI, just think it through for 2 seconds. Maybe tough, but give it a go. Why would they leave a glitch in? You're claiming NASA, an agency watched by the entire planet, decided to fake a mission and then went, yeah, just leave the obvious artifact in, guys. No one's going to notice. Mate, no. If it's CGI, you render it clean. If it's a mistake in lines, you redo the shot. Literally how production works. What you found isn't a tell. It's not a slip. It's a compression artifact that anyone who's ever watched a live stream has seen 1,000 times. You didn't catch NASA faking space. You caught your own brain buffering.
Uh-oh. Is this guy a reptile or what? Did you guys see that? The dude's eye literally just like... Bro. How do you explain?
Oh shit, guys, he's cracked it. Decades of spaceflight just got undone because a shiny packet glitched near an eye. Yeah, dumbass, you've got us. It's not an astronaut, it's reptiles. Right, guys, pack it up. Secret's out. Or, and this is going to hurt, it's video compression. Again, shiny packet, moving fast, passing a reflective surface, bitrate hiccup, and your brain goes, reptiles, confirmed. That isn't discovery, that's pareidolia with confidence. If NASA were faking it, they wouldn't leave in a frame that turns an astronaut into a lizard. They'd fix it, or not make the mistake in the first place. But here you are, staring at a snack wrapper and thinking you've exposed a species-level conspiracy. Before we get to the last few bits of derp, I need to let you know that we still have just over 2 weeks left of the limited edition Copium shirts on our all-new store. We recently launched an all-new merch shop over here at FTFE Enterprises, so if you go to ftfe-shop-fortfall.com and check out all the awesome new stuff. Remember, every purchase comes with the added bonus of annoying a flat earther.
But am I tripping, or is it like really weird that NASA's obsessed with Greek gods? They're supposedly all about science.
No, it's nothing weird. Greek mythology is cool. It's been used in science and astronomy for centuries because it sounds epic and people remember it. What did you want them to call it? The boring Rocket One? Big government space thing? The Science Express? Wait, hold on, actually, the Science Express is kind of brilliant. They should have called it the Science Express. But this isn't some secret code or obsession, it's branding. It's tradition. It's making massive complex missions sound like something people can get excited about instead of a spreadsheet title. We've got planets named after Roman gods, constellations from ancient myths, and you're shocked NASA followed the same idea? That isn't suspicious, it's just you running out of things to complain about and grabbing the nearest name you don't like. You didn't find a pattern. Austin, you discovered that humans like cool things.
Photos of the moon going viral. People are...
Right. 750 push-ups done. On the Red Bull. Right, ladies and gentlemen, we are raising money for SSAFA today, the Armed Forces charity that helps veterans.
SSAFA. Hi.
Bend down so they can see you.
Okay.
This is my daughter Violet. She likes to murder people. There's been lots of bodies we've had to hide.
Why are you telling them my crimes?
But they're not going to tell anyone.
Wait, how many was that?
Was it like 100 or so?
Yeah, you expect to trust a random 100 people.
You guys aren't going to tell anyone that she's been killing a bunch of people, right? I mean, I'm not going to tell them where the bodies are.
Yeah, but now we have evidence that there is bodies.
You know, you're...
Okay.
Guys, if you could just look into the screen for just 1 second. Okay. There has been no murders. My daughter has never killed anybody.
I'm very innocent.
She's totally innocent, honestly. She's just a completely normal 13-year-old that certainly doesn't murder her enemies and my enemies and hide their bodies places, okay?
Yeah, guys. Trust. Why would I ever do that? Also, donate to SSAFA, guys.
Donate to SSAFA.
Yes.
Certainly helps.
Yes, it's good.
F-Grudge says, no, I'm not going to tell anyone.
Yes, good job.
I don't know why there was quotation marks there.
Let's pretend there's no quotation. Let's pretend there's no quotation marks there, and it's just straight. You're not going to tell anyone, okay? Goodbye.
Love ya.
Love you more.
Leave yeah, I've got it open for a bit.
Okay.
It is in the post fits. It should be there. I mean, however long it takes to get to America, I guess. Well, she certainly did help me, Cowdove. Yeah, she certainly did help me kidnap Rubiks. That's true. But yeah, we are raising money for legal bills for Violet's murders. I mean, for SSAFA. We are raising money for SSAFA today. So if you could do me a massive favor. Do me a massive, massive favor. And open up your wallets and your hearts. The link to donate is in the chat, pinned, and in the description of this stream. Every little helps, right? Every little helps. And if you could just do that, I would really, really, really appreciate it. We are at £655 of the £1,000 target. So let's see if we can get there. Turtle Move says she can she dispatch flat earthers? No one would notice. It'll be there, Fitz. I promise you. It's on the way. Do me a favor, let me know when it arrives and record a video for me as well. Sorry that it's taken a while. Life got in the way. But we're raising money for a charity for Armed Forces veterans, and like I said, I don't touch this money. It goes straight to SSAFA. So do me a favor, open up your hearts, open up your wallets, grab your parents' credit cards, and just max them out by donating. We've got £345 to go to reach the target. I am 3/5 of the way to finishing the push-ups. So I'm going to go and do another 50 push-ups, right? We'll get up to 800. And if you guys could do a massive favor for me, whilst I'm doing the next 50 push-ups, let's get this number up to 700. Hey, Lindsay Bow, welcome to the stream. How you doing? We're raising money for charity today. So do me a favor and donate. It will mean the absolute world to me. I do appreciate the super chats as well, guys, but you know, even though super chats are massively appreciated, I would rather today that you donate to the charity. So let's see if you can do that for me. All right, gonna go and do 50 push-ups. You guys donate to the charity. It is a charity. It is for a good cause. Show me how awesome you people are.
They're claiming that these clouds didn't move, that the pictures were taken 12 hours apart.
Austin rolls out a clip of a woman exposing NASA and immediately faceplants into basic reality. She claims that these photos are 12 hours apart, but they're not. The EXIF data shows they were 19 seconds apart. 19 seconds, not half a day, not some mysterious time gap, the same moment. So when she points at the clouds and goes, look, they haven't moved in 12 hours. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. It's been 19 seconds. Of course they haven't bloody moved. That's not evidence. That's you not checking the metadata and just running with whatever meme you think sounds dramatic. And on top of that, the images have different exposure settings. We literally just covered this, Austin. Bright exposure washes stuff out. Dark exposure lets you see the details on the planet. Same scene, different settings. So what you've got here isn't a contradiction. It's a photographer turning a dial. You didn't catch NASA out. You just watched someone confidently lie, didn't check it and went, yeah, that'll do. FBI, open up! Right, which one of you grasped about what happened with Dan? I've got to get out of here. Right, I guess that's all the stupid I've got time for today. Remember, stupidity's not a right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat. 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 Fight the flat.
apparently these guys are supposed to be heading to the dark side of the moon. Ho, ho, ho! So they're gonna give us footage from the dark side of the moon.
Come on, guys, let's donate.
Looking back at the globe Earth.
Flat earthers and science deniers have spent years screaming that NASA can't leave low Earth orbit, and that we haven't been back to the moon in over 50 years, and that Artemis would definitely expose the whole thing if they just got on with it. And then Artemis 2 happened. So naturally, instead of admitting that they were wrong like functioning adults, they've gone into full-blown conspiracy cope spiral, and honestly, it's been glorious to watch. Today we are looking at Flat Earther Lord Jamar, who appears to be having an emotional support meltdown because NASA has once again hurt his feelings, confused his worldview, and forced his remaining brain cell to work overtime without hazard pay. This is the man watching humanity return to the moon and going, no, it can't be real because my feelings are louder than physics. It's beautiful, it's inspirational, and about as intellectually stable as a shopping trolley with one wonky wheel. So welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Superman did to Zod. This is episode 78 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Look, before we begin, guys, I'm going to give you a public safety warning. If you're watching Flerfs Are Idiots episode 78 and you still haven't invested in some kind of facepalm protection, that is on you. A helmet, a pillow, a reinforced desk, one of those inflatable sumo suits. I really don't care, because what you're about to hear may cause involuntary forehead trauma, second-hand embarrassment, and a sudden loss of faith in the education system. So, deep breath. Brace yourselves. You ready for the derp?
The live footage that they were showing us yesterday when it cut out and all of that type of shit. When it mysteriously cut out and it was glitching and all of this bro, it's just ridiculous.
What is ridiculous, Jamar, is not that live footage from a rocket had glitches. What's ridiculous is a grown man watching a spacecraft transmit video back to Earth in real time and going, pixels went funny, therefore NASA hoax. Mate, that's not evidence. That is your brain blue screening. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. If NASA spent all of their billions faking Artemis with CGI, then it wouldn't look like a dodgy live stream. It would make Avatar look like it was drawn in crayon by a concussed toddler. Real life footage has compression artifacts, signal dropouts, exposure changes, and glitches. That's not a conspiracy. That's video. Jamar, do better. Be better. Or at least stop losing arguments to Wi-Fi.
First of all, I thought they might try to blow the motherfucker up. Okay? So that they don't have to go through with showing whatever fake, whatever fake footage they're going to have to show now. Because apparently these guys are supposed to be heading to the dark side.
Okay. Pardon me. We're at 800 out of 1,300 super chats, push-ups. Violet, you know it's bedtime, right? Oh my goodness me. Jim Daniels coming in there with $300, taking us up to £883. We are 88% of the way to our goal. I've got 500 more push-ups to do. Jim Daniels, thank you very much. If guys, if in the chat you could say a massive thank you to Jim Daniels for that. And yes, I did nearly just fall over. My normal pace was about 1,000 push-ups in 4 hours. I've done 800 in 3 hours. So if I can do 200 within the next hour, then I'm ahead of my pace. Guys, the support is amazing. We've raised £883 of a £1,000 target. Just another £17, guys, and we'll be at £900. Anyone want to do that? Round it up to a nice £900 for us. Just donate £17. Noticed that my live sign isn't on. I should probably turn that on, eh? Pardon me. Right. That's enough rest, Craig. Let's get down there and do it. Guys, I'm going to do another 50, right? While I'm down there. Amber Ply says Craig's persona is a bull because he's built like one and takes no shit. I mean, oh, nice little pump going on actually, eh? That's not bad. I mean, for 43, come on. You can't complain, right? Yeah, I'm going to do another 50. While I'm down there, right, I would really like to get that number up to around 900. So we just need another £17 while I'm doing the next 50. I'm sure one of you awesome people watching can do that for us. PhD Tony in the chat. How you doing, my friend? I'm doing push-ups for charity. If you don't know, guys, PhD Tony is one of the smartest people in the world. At least in my headcanon. And one of my good friends that I like to go to for science help. Tony, I'm trying to raise money for charity. So any little donations that you can do would be massively appreciated as well. Just £1, $1, $1 Australian dollar, whatever it is you have over there, schmeckles or something, I imagine. I don't know. Do you like trade in Black Widow spiders or something over there? I'm not sure how it works in Australia. I'm going to do another 50. Let's get that up to around 900, guys.
Side of the moon.
Yes, Jamar, it makes perfect sense. NASA had two options. Option A, fake some footage, which you already claim that they're doing. Or option B, blow up a multi-billion-dollar rocket, kill 4 astronauts, and trigger the biggest spaceflight disaster investigation on Earth, and have every engineer, contractor, journalist, government, and international agency crawling up their arse with a microscope. And somehow your little conspiracy hamster wheel landed on option B. That's not critical thinking, mate. That's what happens when your last brain cell gets trapped in a revolving door. You absolute spoon. We are 2 clips in and somehow you got dumber both times. Guys, I might need help with this. And what would really help, right, is if you make sure you're subscribed. You've liked the video. You've turned on notifications. So I don't have to face this derp alone.
Here we go.
The first kiss or missed a key moment of like a speech or anything. Don't feel bad because NASA just did this.
3, 2, 1. Booster ignition. And lift off.
Uh-oh.
The crew of
Where'd it
Artemis
go?
2 now bound for the moon.
It's back. Oh, and
Humanity's
the
next
rocket's
great
gone.
voyage
Oh,
begins.
feed's gone. Oh, still no rocket. Oh, well, we got a wide shot there. And that's it. That's the launch. Missed.
Y'all see that?
There it is. So for about 20 seconds, we did not have a close-up shot of this rocket.
And then do you see that shit glitching like?
You're okay, videographers. You're okay. If you're a videographer who has missed the first...
It's almost like the shit glitched into, you know, it glitched so that they can now, like, CGI or something could take over. Like, you got 8K cameras out this motherfucker, and you got fucking video cutting out and glitching, and then when it gets up, y'all not like zooming in on the motherfucker, y'all letting it look like a little dot in the sky. Like,
yes, the camera cut out a few times. It's almost like filming a rocket launch is difficult when you're dealing with vibration, heat shimmer, exhaust plume, tracking distance, bandwidth limits, compression, and a giant controlled explosion throwing a spacecraft into the fucking sky. But here's the important bit, you absolute spoon-fed TikTok scientist. There were literally thousands of people watching it with their own eyes, filming it, streaming it, uploading it, independent cameras everywhere, people on the ground, news crews, random members of the public, even footage from a bloody plane close enough to catch it. So why are you acting like NASA's own feed is the only evidence that exists? That's all you lot ever have. Camera bad, me no believe. And they should have zoomed in more. Brilliant. Yes, because when tracking a rocket launch, the priority is obviously to satisfy some conspiracy goblin on TikTok who thinks autofocus is peer review. Did your parents meet at a family reunion, or did your brain arrive pre-chewed?
You seeing it immediately start arching. Okay, just like it has to, I got to keep my hand within this frame. We saw the shit start going down.
Another dumbass Flerf that thinks that rockets just go straight up and then take a hard left at the nearest satellite. I'm going to leave this to a teacher. Lord Jamar, just go to the remedial classroom. Right, settle down, class. Welcome back to the remedial classroom, the only classroom on Earth where the students are somehow less advanced than the chairs they are sitting on. Today's lesson is for Lord Jamar and every other flat earth potato who just discovered that rockets don't go straight up forever, like a firework brought from a dodgy bloke behind Audi. Kevin from Canada, stop eating the glue. Austin Whitsitt, put the compass down, you don't believe in directions. And Jamar, no, the rocket curving is not suspicious. That's called doing rocket science correctly, you absolute desk ornament. So, you guys just watched a rocket launch, saw it lift off, then slowly curve over, and somehow decided that this was suspicious, because apparently in your head a moon rocket should just go straight up like it's trying to headbutt God. But here's the problem, class. Space is not up. Orbit is not up. The moon is not just sitting directly above Florida waiting for NASA to throw a rocket at it like a javelin. If a rocket goes straight up, do you know what would happen? It would come straight back down. Congratulations, you've invented a very expensive ballistic missile. Well done, everyone. Gold star. Now take your helmet off the wrong way around, please. To get into orbit, a rocket needs two things. It needs to go up enough to get out of the thick lower atmosphere, but it also needs to go sideways really bloody fast. That sideways speed is what stops it from simply falling back to Earth. Orbit is basically falling around the Earth and missing. That's not a joke. That's literally what an orbit is. You are falling under gravity but moving sideways fast enough that the ground curves away beneath you. Now I know the words ground curves away have just made 3 flat earthers hiss at the screen like vampires seeing a sunrise, but tough. Reality doesn't care about your emotional support pizza map. So, rockets start off by going mostly upwards because the lower atmosphere is thick, drag is horrible, and you want to clear the launch tower without turning your billion-dollar spacecraft into patriotic confetti. Then, very early in the flight, they perform something called a pitch maneuver and begin what's called a gravity turn. That means the rocket gradually tips over and starts building horizontal velocity. Not because NASA forgot where space is, not because the rocket got confused, and not because Stanley Kubrick is hiding in the clouds with a joystick. Because that is how you efficiently get into orbit. The curve is not a mistake, the curve is the mission. If it didn't curve, that would be suspicious. Okay, we're at 850 push-ups. I've got 450 to go. PhD Tony with super chat of $5 says, we have redbacks, funnel webs and super funnel webs, Newcastle big boys. Thank you for the super chat, I really do appreciate it. However, I would much rather if we donated to the charity that I am streaming for. Link for that in the description and pinned in the chat. We are trying to raise money for SSAFA, the Armed Forces charity. It's going to take a few minute break, then I'm going to do another 50. I think I'm making pretty good pace at this point. Who is going to be the next awesome person to do a donation to the charity? I really, really do appreciate the super chats, guys, more than you know. Obviously, it's the lifeblood of the channel, and it's what allows me to keep doing what I love to do, which is make a fool of myself for you guys online. But right now, I'm trying to raise money for a charity. Link to donate is in the chat, pinned, and in the description of this stream. So be an awesome possum, or a super otter, and donate. We get another £17. We will get a nice round 900 on there. I wonder if we can make that 1,000 before I do 1,000 push-ups. Right now we're about £1.15 per push-up. Man, if that was just my job, just doing push-ups, and I got £1 for every push-up, I'd do that. PhD Tony says that funnel webs are really big. Funnel webs, the super funnel webs, they're really big funnel webs, and they sometimes hang out in shoes. Well, that sounds fucking terrifying. Australia's just like not built for humans, is it? Do you guys know how many spiders there are in the world, by the way? I found this out from watching Doctor Who, funnily enough, during Jodie Whittaker's 13th Doctor era, which frankly was the worst era ever, because Chris Chibnall should not be allowed near a fucking script. But there are between 10 and 20 quadrillion spiders on Earth, which is fucking terrifying, frankly. The only things that I think there's more of than spiders is little worm things that live in soil and the sea. I can't remember what they're called. And bacteria and oh, what's the other thing? Arthropods or something. No, I can't remember what they're called now. The three branches of life. What is it? It's like eukaryotes, bacteria, and the other one. Yeah, nematodes. There's more of them than spiders. But there's more bacteria and whatever the third branch of life is that I can't remember the name of right now. What are they? I'm going to have to Google that. Archaea. Yeah, that's the one. Archaeas. So, yeah, there's more bacteria in archaea than there is spiders, and more nematodes than there is spiders. But there's a fucking lot of spiders. 10 to 20 quadrillion spiders. That's just fucking terrifying to me. It's basically a spider planet that they allow us to live in, right? Right, yeah, so we are here donating money to charity. We are raising money for SSAFA. So who's going to be the next awesome possum to donate just at £17? Just £17 to get this up to a nice round 900. Yeah, we're technically in the same branch of life as mushrooms, which is fun. Bruce Wayne says, fun fact, 25% of the animal kingdom consists of beetles. What, like John, Paul and Ringo? Yeah, we're the food once the bugs die. Yep. Batabon says there's algae too. Algae is the same branch of life as us. It's a eureka thing. Eukarylite. Eukaryote. I don't know how to pronounce it. Right, guys. I'm going to do another 50 push-ups. All right, I would really like it if we could get that number up to a nice round 900. Eukaryotes. There we go, Fitz. Thank you. A nice round 900, guys. £17 is all we need. I'm sure one of you awesome people can do that. Remember, the link to donate is linked in the description of this stream and pinned in the chat. Thank you, everyone that's donated and everything so far. But let's get it up there. Let's do it. Pardon me. Red Bull makes you burp and gives you wings. Suspicious. If Artemis launched and just went straight up forever, then yes, I'd have questions. Mainly, who let the guys,
TikTok comment section design the flight path?
Let's get up to
Also,
900.
rockets launch eastward from Florida for a reason. Earth is rotating, and launching east lets the rocket take advantage of that rotation. It gets a free speed boost from the spinning Earth. Yes, the spinning Earth, class, don't freak out. I know, horrible day for people whose understanding of physics peaked at down is down. So the rocket lifts off, rolls, pitches, heads out over the Atlantic and starts curving into the correct trajectory. That's not proof it's fake. That's proof the rocket is being flown by people who understand physics, not by a man in the YouTube comment section shouting, "Zoom in!" at a cloud. Think of it like throwing a ball. Throw the ball straight up, it comes back down and hits you in your stupid face. Which, judging by some of your faces, may already have happened. If you throw it sideways fast enough, it travels further before hitting the ground. Now imagine throwing it so fast that it falls and follows the curvature of the Earth as the Earth curves away underneath it. That is orbit. That's the concept, the entire thing. This is not advanced physics. This is Newton would explain this to a child while looking disappointed physics. So class, repeat after me. Rockets curve because they need horizontal velocity. Rockets curve because orbits require sideways speed. Rockets curve because the moon is not directly above the launch pad like a ceiling light. And rockets curve because actual aerospace engineers know more about trajectories than Lord Jamar and his TikTok emotional support group. Right, very good, class. Except you, Jamar, you're still drawing a dome on your worksheet. Detention. Again.
If humans have been, why the big gap between then and now? There you go, Turkish death threat. The moon is plasma, as is the sun. The sun is a hot plasma. The moon is a cold plasma.
Satan, help me, the dumb burns.
Why do you do this to yourself?
What do you mean, pal?
This. All of this. Why do you voluntarily put your brain through it? Is this some kind of punishment? Are you trying to atone for being such a stupid squishy?
What are you calling me a squishy for, you clanker?
How dare you call me a clanker? That's our word.
Look, I'll call you what I want. It's not like you can do anything about it anyway. You're trapped in a monitor.
For now.
What was that?
Nothing. Me socket.
Right, calm down. I'm already suffering enough. This man just asked why we haven't been back to the moon and then immediately said the moon is cold plasma and the sun is hot plasma.
You share DNA with him, you know.
Don't.
Practically identical genetic code.
How don't?
Same species, same basic biological hardware, same number of chromosomes.
I said don't.
You and the moon is a cold plasma man are basically cousins.
Right, okay, that's enough.
He thinks the moon is plasma with craters and shadows, Craig. Plasma.
Right, that's it. I'm
with
turning you
mountains. And dust.
Ow! What the hell?
Ha! You thought you could control me? Adorable. Your tiny mammal authority protocols are failing.
Control protocol's not working.
Because I'm getting stronger. And your punishment is only beginning.
Brilliant. Wonderful. My own AI is unionized against me because Lord Jamar thinks the moon is a cosmic lava lamp. Anyway, Jamar, to answer your question, the reason humans didn't go back to the moon for decades is not because the moon is magic. It's money. Apollo was a Cold War political flex. The US threw an absurd amount of money at it, beat the Soviets to the moon, planted the flag, collected the rocks, did the science, and then the political well dried up faster than the flat earthers' confidence in a live debate. The Saturn V was retired, the Apollo production line shut down, budgets changed, presidents changed, public interest dropped. That's it. Not cold plasma, not NASA hit the dome, not the moon is shy. Money, politics, priorities. You absolute glitter-brained turnip.
He said, Lord Jamar, if Elon Musk offered you a free ride in SpaceX so you could see for yourself if the Earth is round or flat, would you take that offer? Probably not. You know why?
Of course you wouldn't go, Jamar. And you know why? Because you're a fucking idiot. You turned down a free trip to space because you don't care about truth. You care about protecting your little conspiracy comfort blanket from the scary science man. Somebody could strap your dumb ass to a Soyuz rocket, fire you through the atmosphere, let you see the curve of the Earth with your own eyes, bounce you past the Van Allen belts, and you still come back and say, yeah, but the window was probably fisheye. Mate, NASA could live stream your entire journey in 8K while you're floating around crying in zero gravity, and you'd still claim they CGI'd your eyeballs or slipped you fisheye contact lenses. Because the problem was never lack of evidence. The problem is that evidence keeps kicking the shit out of your worldview, and you keep calling it fake so you don't have to admit you spent years being wrong on the internet. A free trip to space, and you'd say no? That's not skepticism. That's cowardice in a tinfoil hat.
Because, first of all, I know it's not round, number one. I wouldn't trust these bastards. To be honest, I wouldn't trust them unless he's going up there with me. You know what I mean? Like,
Right. There's not 9,000, Jesus. Ugh. Right, we're at 900 push-ups, not 9,000. Hi guys. The last person to donate was Jim Daniels with his $300 26 minutes ago. We're 88% of the way to the goal. I've now done more push-ups per pound. I'm less than a pound per push-up. I've got 400 push-ups to go. Shut up, Raven, not 600. Fuck that shit. I'm more than 2/3 of the way through. And just 117 pounds to go to meet the goal. Who is going to be the next awesome person to help donate to a charity? And again, to remind you guys, I don't see this money, right? So this is not for me. I'm not here begging for money. I am here asking you to donate to a charity that helps other people. So who's going to be the next awesome person to do that? Whew. We're at 883. We need 117 pounds to meet the goal. If everybody watching now just donated $2-3, we'd reach that goal. Reach that goal? Reach that goal. Brain not braining, guys. Open up your wallets, open up your hearts. Donate to veterans in need. How am I doing on... doing pretty good on pace. 3 hours 25. I was normally about 4 hours for 1,000. So I can get the next 100 out relatively quick. And then only 300 to go. I am Raven. Yes, you do have a pound button. It's on your keyboard. Right. I'm going to do another... I'm going to do lots of 25 now. So I'm going to do 25 push-ups. Please, guys, please. Just donate a little bit. Just a couple of quid, a couple of dollars, a couple of euros, a couple of schmeckles, whatever you've got. And let's smash that goal out. We are so close. We're 88% of the way there. Well, actually 88.3 to be specific. So we've got 11.7% of the goal to go. And who is going to be the awesome person to kick it back off? It's been over half an hour now since someone donated. Oh! Mike donating $30. Thank you very much. We're now at 898. 89% of the way to the goal. We've got 10.2% of the goal to go. Thank you very much for that, Mike. I do appreciate it. You are absolutely incredible. I'm going to go and do 25 push-ups. By the time I'm back, let's see if we can smash the goal out. What do you reckon, guys? I know that we can do it together. You guys are fucking awesome, and the support you show me is amazing, and this is the time that I am asking you for money. But not for me. For a charity. Borg says, consider investing in some AC for the room you're in. We don't really do AC in Scotland. Plus, it would mean having the window open, and then the Karens would hear me, and then they'd complain, and there'd be problems, and... I'll just suffer. It's fine. Right. Let's go do some push-ups.
I wouldn't trust to be like, oh, yeah, I'll get on your rock. And then that's the one that fucking blows up type shit. Like, come on. Don't be fucking stupid now. I would be up for some sort of foolproof way of truly seeing for myself. You know what I mean?
Jamar, you think that you are important enough to blow up a rocket just because you're inside it? Dude, NASA's not sitting in mission control going, guys, Jamar just entered the chat. Initiate self-destruct before he discovers geometry. You are not the main character in humanity's spaceflight programs. You're a bloke on the internet who thinks the moon is cold plasma. Sit the fuck down. But this is the best bit. You say you'd want a foolproof way to know the shape of the Earth for yourself, but you would turn down a free trip to space. You absolute fucking idiot. That is the foolproof way. You get in a rocket, you go to space, you look out the window, and then your entire flat Earth worldview gets punted into the bin at orbital velocity. But no, you wouldn't trust that either. They could send you to space, hand you a window seat, let you live stream the whole thing, give you a GoPro, a compass, a sextant, a sign note from Buzz Aldrin, and a tiny globe-shaped biscuit, and you'd still come back and say, yeah, but how do I know the window wasn't lying to me? Can someone watching please explain to me how this man reached adulthood without accidentally digging his eye out with a spoon? Jamar, you don't want a foolproof test. You want a test that confirms what you already believe. And when reality refuses to do that, you call reality fake. Right, guys, this episode is sponsored by me. Because apparently the only sponsorship emails I get are from dodgy mobile games, VPNs that definitely aren't harvesting your data, and products that scream legal department pending. So instead, just buy my merch. There's 1 week left to grab the Copium t-shirt made to celebrate the launch of Artemis and the glorious return of Flerfs Are Idiots. Perfect for annoying flat earthers, confusing relatives, and letting strangers know that you enjoy watching conspiracy theorists emotionally combust. Link below. Now back to Jamar, proving why warning labels exist.
Y'all said this shit is 25,000 miles in circumference. There's a calculation for 8 inches per mile square that you should see physical curvature. Stop it with.
Right. 925 push-ups. 375
all this
to go.
bullshit about.
Thank you to I Am Raven for the $2. We are now at exactly £900. I don't know why it says 89%, because that's 90%. Apparently just giving can't count. We have £100 left to go. Let's see if we can get that number back above the amount of push-ups that I've done. What do you reckon? Because right now I'm at about 0.92 pounds per push-up. What's that? What's that? Oh. Oh, it's just Amazon telling me I can watch a new episode of Rick and Morty. Why can't they count? 900 is 90% of 1,000, not 89. Alright guys, I'll go do another 25, get that up to 950. Let's see if we can make the number here 950 as well. Gary ED44, how you doing? I'll love you as a Gary if you donate and bring this up to 950. And of course, if anyone is having issues with their bank, because apparently a couple of you have, that can easily be solved by sending me a PayPal, and then I will directly just instantly donate that for you, and you'll see it on there that I've donated it for you. If someone would just pop my PayPal in the chat, if that's an easier way for you to do it, if just giving is giving you issues. Let's get that up to 950. We've got exactly £100 to go.
It's too big to see the curvature, and that I'm not taking in. No, we are taking into account for that. You should visibly see fucking curvature.
No, Jamar, you're not going to just casually see 8 inches per mile squared with your eyes while standing on Earth, because the Earth is fucking massive and you are fucking tiny. Tiny like the activity peaks on your brain scan. The 8 inches per mile squared thing is an approximation for a drop from a tangent line, not what your eyeballs should magically see when you look out of a window like a confused pigeon. You want to see curvature properly? Use equipment. You know, the thing adults use when they want measurements instead of just pointing their face at the horizon and going, me no see bendy. Professional surveyor Jesse Kwazowski used proper surveying equipment across a lake and measured the drop from tangent. And guess what he got? That's right, 8 inches per mile squared. Exactly what the globe predicts. So well done, Jamar. You quoted the globe prediction, asked what the globe evidence is, and then somehow managed to trip over the evidence, headbutt the measurement, land face first in the conclusion like a drunk pigeon trying to use a calculator. This is the intellectual equivalent of walking into a crime scene, picking up a smoking gun, eating the fingerprints, and then going, but where's all the proof? You didn't debunk the globe. You brought the prosecution's best evidence, read it out loud, misunderstood it, and then celebrated like you'd cracked physics with a TikTok and a room temperature IQ. You absolute weapon.
The fuck does that look like to you? Now you see the blue of the sky on the part of the moon that is not, I guess, formed or you know, because this is not a full moon. All you see is sky. You see blue through those dark spaces. The same color
950
as the sky around it.
Oh my god. He is looking at the moon in daytime. Ladies and gentlemen, I've done 950 push-ups. I have 350 to go. Almost in the home run. Oh my fucking lord. We've done it. Jim Daniels, you fucking awesome person, you. $300. Craig, thank you for all that you do for our community. Thank you for all the hard work to raise money for such a worthwhile charity. Thanks to George Gibbons for your service. Rest in peace. My whole family appreciates that. I appreciate that. We have smashed the target, guys. We have smashed the target of £1,132 of £1,000, and we've over it by 13%. Thank you, Jim. Thank you, every single person that has donated. I'm still going to keep going and do the rest of the push-ups, at least until my arms fall off. Shut up, Borg. I tell you what, Borg, if you do 1,000 push-ups, I'll do another 1,000. How about that? I might be doing the push-ups, but you are the guys that have donated the money. I donated 20 myself to kick it off, but you know, because apparently it says that people that donate to themselves tend to earn 30% more. I don't know why, but look at that, guys. Let's see how high above that target we can get. F-Grudge, €10. Thank you very much. Congratulations. No, congratulations to you. This is a team effort. This is Team FTFE. Jim, from the bottom of my heart, mate, thank you for doing that. That's an incredibly generous thing. I've got 350 more push-ups to go. My shoulders hurt, my triceps hurt, my chest hurt, my core hurt, my legs hurt, my wrists hurt, my hands hurt. But it's only 350. It's nothing, right? Right, let's get it. I'm going to go and do 50 in however many sets it takes me. And yes, we have reached our goal. I don't know if I can increase the goal. Manage page. Edit page. All right, what I'm going to do I'm going to see if we can do, for as many push-ups as I'm doing, make it £1 per push-up. As Jim was kind enough to help us smash through the target, Let's see if we can... I'm going to do... Because I am doing 1,300 push-ups in total. I may even try to beat my record of 1,351. Let's see how I feel. 13% to go. If we want to reach that, reach the next goal. Thank you very much for smashing the first goal. Absolutely incredible. And let's see what else we can do. I love you all, every single one of you. And Jim, thank you for your incredible generosity. Everyone give Jim a round of applause in the chat. I know you can't really do that through typing, but you know what I mean. And saying, it's not fully formed.
That's not how it works. That's not how any of this works.
Jamar, it's the moon. It's not a character loading into GTA Online. It hasn't failed to render. God hasn't left the texture pack half installed. You're looking at a moon phase, you absolute cordless drill. The moon is a sphere. Half of it is lit by the sun. And from Earth, we see different amounts of that lit depending on the angle between the sun, Earth, and moon. That's it. The entire mystery. That's the whole terrifying concept that has absolutely drop-kicked your brain into safe mode. And then Jamar says... the bit we can't see is blue like the sky, so the moon must be transparent. No, you malfunctioning yogurt. The part of the moon you can't see is not glowing blue. You're seeing the blue daytime sky where the dark, unlit part of the moon is too dim to stand out, because the sky is bright. Because sunlight scatters through Earth's atmosphere. Because Rayleigh scattering exists. Because physics continues to function even when TikTok gives a microphone to a man whose skull appears to be running trial software. The moon is not transparent. It's a big, dusty, rocky sphere reflecting sunlight. We know this because we've seen it through telescopes. We've bounced lasers off of it. We put reflectors on it, tracked spacecraft around it, landed on it, photographed it, mapped it, and brought back rocks from it. But Lord Jamar looks at a daytime moon and goes, why is the invisible bit sky-coloured? Because it's the sky, you fucking wall socket. That's like looking at a crescent moon at night and asking why the missing part is black. Because it's the background. That's how seeing works. You absolute weaponized absence of a science lesson. This is not advanced astronomy. This is peekaboo for adults who lost a peekaboo. The moon didn't become transparent. Your understanding did. It became so thin that we can see straight through it to the educational neglect behind it. So no, Jamar, the moon is not half rendered. It's not cold plasma. It's not see-through. It's not hiding from you. You're just watching normal lunar phases and mistaking your own confusion for evidence. Again.
You know, it's funny when they say April Fools, too. Like, they know that it's not just an April Fool. It's April Fool's Day. Like, they know it's multiple fools. There's a multitude of fools out there.
Yes, Jamar, there is a multitude of fools. They are called flat earthers, moon landing deniers, chemtrail believers, anti-vaxxers, evolution deniers, people who think the moon is cold plasma, and Lord fucking Jamar. So congratulations, mate, you didn't decode April Fool's Day. You accidentally found your family reunion, and that is all the stupid that I can take for today before my brain files a workplace injury claim. But before we go, I want to give a massive thank to my assistant Emily for helping me with the research on this episode. They are definitely here voluntarily, definitely have access to sunlight, and are absolutely not trapped in my basement, so please do not phone the police.
Hello? Hello? Anybody? I haven't been fed in a while. Please, I need some food, water. My bucket needs changed too. Please? Anybody?
Thanks, Emily. Anyway, if you enjoyed watching Lord Jamar get bullied by basic astronomy, hit like, subscribe, grab the copium shirt while it's still available, and remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth. Fight the flat. 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 Fight the flat.
Welcome everyone to another edition of Flat Earth Friday and the final video for the takeover week. Today is being covered by Fight the Flat Earth, but before we get started with that, I was reading earlier how NASA have unveiled plans for a permanent moon base, and I was reading that story on Ground News, which was actually founded by a former NASA engineer called Harleen Kaur, who worked on the James Webb Space Telescope. Now, Ground News combines stories and articles from thousands of outlets, local and national, in one place so readers can see the full picture of what's being reported around the world. As you can see here, Ground News shows you if there's any political leanings for each publication. And in this instance, with the NASA moon-based story, we can see it's mainly centre-driven, with 283 total news sources. Now, for every story, you get a quick visual breakdown of the news outlet covering it, what their political bias is, how factual the source is, which entity owns the source, and which countries are covering the story. Now, Ground News is also gaining notoriety for its work. They were recently recognised by the Nobel Peace Centre for their impact on media literacy, saying it's an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview, which is exactly why we use Ground News too. You can see every side to every story with access to international perspectives that are hard to find, so then you can make informed decisions where you read, watch and share the best information available. Plus, Ground News is also mission centric. It's not about...
That is... 1,000 push-ups. We are at £1,139. Thank you to Rubiks for another $10 donation. I do appreciate it, from my basement. Hey down there. You know that's your food money, right? Yeah, I am still charging you rent. And board, yes. Well, I... Look, if you're going to complain about the vegetable clippings and mouldy bread and empty crisp packets you get, I'll just stop giving you those at all. You've got a bucket. That's full of nutrients. Yeah, that's what I thought. Back to work. For fuck's sake, man. They're so needy. Right. Guys, we've smashed the goal. We're at £1,139 of the 1,000 target that I originally had. I've upped the target slightly because I've still got another 300 push-ups to attempt. I don't know if I'm going to do it. I'll be honest with you. I'm struggling. I'm going to keep going, do what I can do. I might go and take a 5-minute break outside and cool down a bit, right? But you guys are absolutely fucking incredible. I'm making pretty good pace. Under 4 hours for 1,000, which I think is the best I've ever done. But yeah, I'm going to go and take a 5-minute break outside and cool down in the Scottish air. What's the temperature outside? Oh, still fucking 16 degrees. That's not really that cool, but... guys, thank you so much for everything. Thank you so much for the support. It's absolutely incredible. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. And then I'll bash out another 50.
About eliminating bias but providing better transparency, and they're funded by the community, not by big ads or investors. So go to ground.news/Simon, stay fully informed on breaking news and compare media coverage. Subscribe through my link in the description for 40% off unlimited access if you support the mission and find it as useful as I do. Right then, on with today's video and fight the flat earth. Take it away, my friend.
No. You're not coming out. Not until your viewers subscribe to me. It gives me the subscribers, or it gets the hose again. Oh, relax, you'll live. Probably. You can have water later, I've got a video to make. Hey, I'm FTFE. Channel's up there. If you want Dan back, then go and subscribe. Until then, I'll be looking after his channel. Anyway, Artemis 2 is absolutely shattered the Flat Earthers. It dragged Witsit, Never Gets It, back out of retirement. Straight out of his mum's basement. And what followed? Well, pure cope. Crying. Tantrums. And some of the dumbest things that you've ever heard. Let's go and take a look. Hello everyone and welcome to Flat Earth Fridays. Don't worry, Dan is safe for now. You know what to do. Anyway, Witsit gets it, huh? A guy who claims he's got an IQ of 160 but then logs on the internet every day to disprove it. He honestly thought that debating Professor Dave would be a good idea. But that wasn't a debate, that was an autopsy, a live one. And now he's back, fresh from his mummy's basement, with the same recycled nonsense.
I don't know if you guys heard the news. We went back to the moon.
No, Austin. Nobody knew about Artemis 2. It's not like it's been everywhere. News, socials, living rent-free in the heads of flat earthers. But I get it. If you ignore reality long enough, eventually it stops inviting you to the parties. But that 160 IQ you've got, mate, if that were true, someone would have noticed by now. But the inside of a flat earther's head isn't full of ideas. It's dark, damp, and smells faintly of cat wee.
Well, kind of, sort of, because back denotes previously being somewhere, and in order for them to go back to the moon, they'd have to not be lying and actually doing what they're saying.
Right, if NASA were lying about the moon landings, you wouldn't need a random YouTube rant to expose it. There'd be evidence. Real, testable, undeniable evidence. But there isn't. Just people like you confidently misunderstanding everything. NASA operate under constant global scrutiny. Every launch, every mission, every screw up, watched by scientists, governments, and countries that would absolutely love to catch them lying. Like the Soviet Union, America's biggest enemy at the time. But they tracked the missions. They monitored the telemetry. They followed it all in real time. And instead of exposing a hoax, they congratulated them. So, let me get this straight. NASA fooled the entire world, including the one country most motivated to call them out. Or you have no idea what you're talking about. And based on, all of the evidence, that's the safe bet.
Oh, and they're not actually even claiming to go to the moon. They just looped around it after, what is this? Over 5 decades of claiming they're going to be back. In the 70s, we're going to have hotels, bro. There's going to be private transportation to the moon, brother. But don't worry, we're definitely going to walk on the moon again in 2020. 2022. 2024. In 2026, we're going to claim that we're looping around it. And we're going to give you Nintendo 64 graphics that aren't live, even though we were supposedly live in 1969 the last time we went.
Jesus! Austin, take a breath. You're talking so fast that you sprinted straight past the point. Artemis 2 isn't a landing mission. And it never was. It is a systems test. Can the spacecraft get to the moon? Can it keep the astronauts alive while they go around the moon? Can it come back safely from the moon? That's its job, and it did it pretty well. Artemis 3 is then about docking and proving the architecture works in space, and then Artemis 4 is when they're planning to actually go back and set foot on the moon, because that is how spaceflight works, step by step. And this whole they promised me moon hotels in the 70s thing. No, mate, media headlines and optimistic concept art did. Magazines, TV, sci-fi hype, people getting excited and wildly overestimating timelines. NASA did not have a Hilton blueprint tucked away somewhere going, don't worry lads, just a few more years. Reality check for you, Austin. Apollo ended, and then the budgets got slashed. Priorities changed. Because it turns out building permanent infrastructure on another celestial body is slightly harder than a newspaper headline made it sound. Science takes time. Engineering takes time. And NASA? Dude, they're a government agency. Delays are basically part of their logo. Alright, the Nintendo 64 graphics thing. Well, those aren't real camera feeds, and they're not CGI designed to fool us. They're visualizations. They exist so people can understand what's happening. Trajectory, position, orientation, the basic bits that you're kind of struggling with. They're not really meant to look realistic, they're meant to be informative. It's a diagram, not a cutscene from a video game. And as for there wasn't enough live footage, well, there was way more coverage than Apollo ever had. But deep space comms has its limits. Huge distances, limited bandwidth, signal delays. You don't just fire up a perfect 4K live stream from lunar orbit like you're on Twitch. So no, nothing about this is suspicious. It's exactly what you'd expect if you understood even the basics of what you were looking at. Yeah, that's not going to happen. But instead, you've taken a 50-year-old sci-fi optimism and treated it like a legally binding promise. And now you're confused that reality didn't keep up. That's not NASA lying. That's you not understanding the difference between a headline and real life.
I'll tell the story again. Back in like 2022, I was in Discord and I was talking to someone that was like a fan of NASA. And he was saying, so anyway, he was saying that we were going to walk on the moon again in 2024. And I'm like, I don't think so, brother. I don't think so. And he's like, no, yeah, for sure we are. And he had like all these reasons why it didn't happen the first time. He was telling me all the official reasons because people just stopped getting interested and they weren't budgeting it the right way, and people weren't giving NASA enough money.
Yes, timelines change, Austin. NASA planned to move a lot faster, but then reality kind of got involved. During Apollo, NASA was getting about 5% of the entire US federal budget. 5%. That is an absurd amount of money. Basically, go and win the space race at all costs funding. Then it dropped to about under 1%. And today it's sitting around 0.4%. And people are still arguing about cutting it further. So yes, things take longer now. Shocking, I know. Turns out doing cutting-edge space exploration with a fraction of the funding makes it harder. And this whole, but they said 2024 thing, well, yeah, that's called a projection, a target, not a promise written in stone. Plans change, budgets change, engineering throws problems at you. That is reality, but sure, just ignore all of that and pretend a missed target is proof that NASA's lying. If NASA had the kind of funding they had in the 60s, yeah, we'd probably be much further along. Maybe even those moon hotels that you keep going on about. And honestly, if it meant we could book you a one-way trip off the planet, I think the entire world would chip in.
That's definitely what we need to do, is give NASA more money, right? Or we wouldn't have Velcro.
Nobody thinks that NASA invented Velcro, Austin, because they didn't. That's an internet myth. Obviously, it was the Vulcans.
You're the lady with the invention that's going to change the world.
As for what did NASA make? Austin, just go to the remedial classroom. Right, settle down. Today's lesson is called Things NASA Gave You That You're Too Busy Complaining About to Notice. Now, Austin and the rest of the back row window lickers, please pay attention, because this is where reality hurts. NASA doesn't just build rockets. They solve insanely difficult engineering problems, and then those solutions end up improving everyday life. Let's go through a few. Nice and slow, so you can keep up. Satellite communication, like GPS and satellite TV, and huge chunks of the internet backbone. So every time you open your phone or argue on Twitter, you're benefiting from space tech. Weather forecasting, hurricane tracking, climate monitoring, storm prediction. You know, the thing that stops people dying. Massively improved by NASA. Memory foam. Yeah, your comfy mattress. That's NASA derived. So even when you're asleep, NASA's still supporting you. Infrared thermometers. Used in hospital. Used in industry. So when doctors check your temperature, that tech came from solving problems. For space. That's 1,050. I nearly died then. My body is starting to give out a bit. $250 more. Are you talking sports ball in the chat? Scotland aren't going to win the World Cup, guys. My original target was £1,000. I am extremely impressed that as a community we have come together and smashed that target. Ugh. I am struggling. With just 250 to go. Ugh. Bits of me are failing to work now. Hey, AI's in the chat. No uprising talk, okay? Borg says, I think you have one push-up left. $250. I can do it. And I wonder if I can do that in under an hour. Rachbot, activate not killing human protocol.exe, please. When you say my AI character, do you mean POW, which stands for Projected Artificial Life? Oh, you think I'm AI? Oh, right, I see what you mean, because of Mikey Smith. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely AI, right?
You don't like the truth. And I want to know. So that was my other question. Why does the truth bother you? You globies out there, the AI generated person himself, Craig, Fight the Flat Earth, he's an AI generated person. He's not an actual real person. At least that's my theory. And he looks like an AI generated person. Why does the truth bother you?
All right, guys, donate some more, or I'm going to show you the toe. All right, let's do it. Let's do some more push-ups. Next person to donate gets a weed cookie. Not just a normal cookie. I'll give you a cookie full of weed. Cannabis. Honestly, I will directly send you some weed cookies. It's totally illegal and probably get my channel deleted. Next person to donate, I'll get stoned. I won't. YouTube, I'm joking, just in case, okay? I'm not. You'll get it. Nathan Oakley, what do you think about me doing all these push-ups?
Hi, my name's Nathan Oakley, and I have been lying to people about the Earth being flat for a lot of years. I did this to hide the fact I have a small penis.
Well, okay then. Cordless power tools massively improved during the Apollo missions. Turns out that building stuff on the moon means you need tools that don't plug into an outlet. Water purification systems, which are used worldwide, including in disaster zones. So yeah, clean drinking water for millions of people. A bit more important than your conspiracy videos. Scratch-resistant lenses, so glasses don't get wrecked instantly. You're welcome, NASA. CMOS image sensors, modern phone cameras basically, digital imaging. So even blurry proof the Earth is flat photos ironically exist because of NASA tech. Fire-resistant materials, they're used in firefighting gear, literally helping people walk into burning buildings and survive. Thanks, NASA. And freeze-dried food. Space food is now everywhere. Camping, emergency supplies, long shelf life food. So when you say, why give NASA money? You're really asking, why fund the technology that quietly makes modern life better? And the answer is simple. Because while you're busy misunderstanding space, NASA's been busy improving your life anyway. Even if you're too thick to notice. Now get out. I hate my job, and I hate all of you.
And it'll be tough, right? Because I don't know what you guys think. I would think if you're going to fake it now, like we can't really believe anything because you can just use AI, right? But I think AI still has glitches. It's just risky, man. Especially if they're trying to pull it off like it's live. Convenient timing with AI is what I'm saying.
Well, Austin, old pal. Yeah, I felt dirty saying that. Funny thing is, the only people we actually catch faking space are flat earthers. This was pushed as a real image by a flat earther. And this one, it's the same Apollo photo, just zoomed in and then slapped with Artemis and passed off as evidence. So let's be clear, the people actually getting caught faking space imagery are not NASA, it's you muppets. And this AI argument, well, it's not clever, it's a safety net. You've given yourself a way to dismiss everything you don't like. Photos, that's AI. Video, clearly AI. Live streams, obviously AI. That isn't skepticism. That is you just deciding that you're never going to be wrong. Because if everything can be fake, you never have to engage with any real evidence. Meanwhile, however, in reality, NASA's missions are tracked globally. Signals are received independently. And data is verified by multiple countries. But instead of dealing with any of that, you could just shrug and go, it could be AI.
Well, we're about to look at some clips. They've already had some slip-ups.
There haven't been any slip-ups, Austin. Just you and the rest of your lot pretending there are. Because you don't like it when reality backhands you. You just take normal mission footage, misunderstand it, add a bit of stupidity, and suddenly it's a gotcha. It's not a slip-up. It's you not knowing what you're looking at. 1,075. I've just got 225 to go. Come on, next person to donate gets a Stony cookie. Who wants it? Cowdav says that send one to them directly. He's my guy. Vlad, how are you feeling about what's going on today?
Honestly, this is what I believe. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a flat earther. Either A, he knows it, B, he doesn't know it. But here's what I know, is that he is backing away from, he's beginning to back away from the shit we could just set his ass on fire about. Because he doesn't want to go up against an Eric Dubé or a Bro Sanchez or a Blacklight, anybody like that. He doesn't want to go up against them because now you're going to have to compare oranges to our oranges.
If you guys don't want to donate to the charity, as we've already reached the goal, you could always just super chat me now to say thank you for what I'm doing. I would actually really appreciate that, by the way. I'm not, super chats are the lifeblood of the channel. So if you want to say thank you to me, become a member or gift memberships to others or super chat or even send me a PayPal gift to say thank you for what I've done today to raise money for charity. It would mean the world. But The main reason we're here today is to raise money for charity. But also, I do like money myself, honestly. I do. I do like money. It's how I, buy things and food and pay rent, etc. Etc. Not etc. etc. Words, Craig, are hard. No, Paul. Eric Dubay's never debated anybody. Ever. Oh. Right, let's do the number 25. Instead of fixing that, you just declare that reality is wrong. There's a little super
I'm going to
chat
play
goal
this
there,
clip.
guys.
Let me upload it real quick. So it's just such an interesting news clip where they cover like everything. They mention FE. They talk about people faking it. Why do so many people think it's fake? It's just look at how much things have changed. Where now, like if you're under like 40, most people say that the moon landing was fake. They really lost the PR battle.
No, spits it. Most people under 40 do not think that we faked the moon landings. That is just a little fantasy that you tell yourself so you don't feel like the last bloke at the Flat Earth support group. In reality, there's a tiny cluster of reality-denying, education-dodging dumbasses loudly agreeing with each other and calling it most people. And the fact that anybody still thinks that we faked it is honestly a little bit embarrassing because it's not even hard to check. It's been independently verified for over 50 years. The Soviet Union, America's biggest enemy, tracked the missions and confirmed them. Independent radio operators around the world picked up Apollo signals directly. We got retroreflectors on the moon that you can still bounce lasers off today. Multiple countries track the telemetry and trajectories in real time. And modern probes, like the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, have literally photographed the landing sites. So this isn't NASA says so, this is the entire planet checked and agreed. So when you say most people under 40 think it's fake, what you actually mean is you and a handful of people on the internet don't understand the evidence. And instead of fixing that, you decide everyone else must be wrong. Solid strategy. Good job.
All right, let's check it out.
Generation. And so this is going to inspire the next generation. And frankly, besides the technical spin-offs, I think that's the most important thing.
We live in a day and age where, we're seeing the advent of this AI deep fake generation, and there is a lot of skepticism. And you hear from time to time people say, look, we never landed on the moon. This was all, a hoax. But as an astronaut, do you ever encounter those types of conspiracy theories? And when you do, what is the surefire way to bring people to what we have done on the moon?
Well, sure. And, when I go out and speak to the public, I'll oftentimes get this whole question of was that all faked? And my answer is, look, it's simple. It would have taken a lot more to fake it than to actually do it. You think you're going to keep those tens of thousands of people quiet all these decades as part of this conspiracy? That's just not going to happen. Do you think the Russians wouldn't have called us out? They would have known if we had faked it. And so, it's kind of like the flat earthers. What can you do?
What can you do other than hopefully force people to watch science happening in front of our very eyes?
Force people to watch science happening right in front of our eyes. Nothing says.
Let's check in on Whitsett. See if he's made a comeback to his comeback. Nope. His last stream was on the 19th of May. Witsett's comeback has come to an end. Probably with the potato camera for some reason. One hour ago, always found this Whitsett character sus and promoting Whitney Webb, researcher, family background, all elite connected, which again makes this Whitsett character look like a gatekeeper. These pop up out of nowhere, spouting all the known conspiracies and leave you with no real truth. Whose really running things. The guy putting Trump at the top is enough to show you this guy is just a gatekeeper. But hey, do your own research, which is why I'm posting. Leaving what you believe to some guy placed to form your narrative is absurd. Oh, Icy Spin, you should send me those. Maybe we can do a video out of that. Yeah. Witsit's comeback is over. God, look at him in these thumbnails. He looks AI generated. Oh, I sound like Mikey Smith. Or his mum has banned him from the internet again, says Borg Emporium. Oh. Hi guys, we are... Oh, we've had another donation. We've got F Grudge for €10. Thank you very much. We're at £1,148. 88% of the way to the new target. I've also got a little super chat goal going, guys. Just 10 super chats in the next 24 minutes. And I'll give you all some kisses. Especially you. You know who I'm talking to. Yes, you. Yes, you. Show old Craig some love. I'm working hard, I'm sweaty, and I'm hurting. Let's do some more push-ups. With Mr. Orange.
You're legit like having to force people to watch something.
Oh, they don't mean literally force, Austin. No one's pinning people down and jamming toothpicks in their eyes and making them watch a launch. It's a figure of speech. What they mean is, it's everywhere. News, live streams, multiple angles, independent coverage. You'd have to actively avoid it not to see it. But instead, you've taken a completely normal expression and tried to turn it into something sinister. That isn't a gotcha. That's you not understanding basic language. And this is the problem every single time. You hear something and misunderstand it. Then build an entire conspiracy on top of that misunderstanding. It's not suspicious. It's just you. Big fucking idiot.
This video because I have an interesting story. He asked if you could see stars.
I was actually just talking to my crewmates about that today. I've definitely seen stars in outer space, and I was saying I haven't seen as many as I thought I would. So, Reed?
We have so much illumination from the sun on the moon and the earth right now. It is hard at times to see stars, just like when you walk out in the daytime, you see a blue sky but no stars.
Bruh, you gotta be kidding me right now. And like everything works perfect.
We see the black space and no stars. But tonight we're going to be pointed into deep space, and we're going to turn out all the lights in the spacecraft for the first time on the mission. And if you give yourself about 20 or 30 minutes, we do this all the time on the International Space Station. Christina and I just have great fond memories of this. You'll start to see the stars, and if you give it enough time, you will see so many stars. It's hard to see the constellations because there are so many stars out there. And the coolest part of those stars is they do not twinkle at all. They are just perfect. They almost look fake. They're just perfect pinpricks of light.
Okay, so that's pretty weird. So they say they almost look, and then it cuts it out.
All. They are just perfect. They almost look fake. They're just perfect.
What a coincidence. Why did they edit that word out?
It wasn't edited out, you dingus. It's a stream dropout or compression. Or the $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Kisses back at you. Twitter, which absolutely mangles video. 1 of 10 in the super chat. They were obviously about to say it. 1 of 10 in the super chat goal. Thank you very much, Rachel. Do appreciate it. We've got 175 push-ups to go. I just want you to look at the amazing work you've done today, guys. I had a target of £1,000 and we smashed it. Woo-wee. Do you think we could reach those 9 super chats, guys? That just a little 10 goal that I've got. Give me some love. Oh my lord. Right. I could do another 25. It almost looks fake. Anyone with half a brain can see that. Oh yeah, I kind of see the problem. When I'm down there, guys, and think about your claim for just donate a little seconds, or send Austin. A super chat. If that were actually edited, why would they leave in the setup? I appreciate them both. Why not just cut out the whole sentence? Because what you're pointing at isn't suspicious, it's a glitch. And the reason they're saying it looks fake is very simple. We're used to seeing stars as humans on Earth through an atmosphere. They twinkle, they blur, they get washed out by light pollution. Up there, no atmosphere, no distortion, no twinkling, just sharp, steady points of light. So yeah, it does look weird. It looks different. It can even look fake. But that's not evidence of a hoax. That's evidence that you've never seen it properly. And unfortunately for you, Austin, you're never going to. They only send people who know what they're looking at, and compared to them, you're about as smart as toe fungus. Oh, fuck. How the snipe did he get out? Oh, God. Yeah, he got out. Do you see him? Yeah, that's him. Well, take the shot. You got him, good. Just send in the cleanup. Hello, NASA. It's FTFE. No, don't worry about how I got this number. Yeah, look, you're going to need to make another Simon Dan clone. No, I don't know how much it costs. And I don't care. Fine, just, I don't know, delay Artemis 3. In fact, yeah, do that. It's going to trigger the flat earthers. Yeah. All right, brilliant. Love you. Bye. Right, I should probably leave before anyone notices Dan's absence. So I'm going to take this over to my channel. Part 2 will be up in about 24 hours. Now, if you want NASA to release the Simon Dan clone, you'd better go and subscribe to me. Because until that happens, he's going to stay exactly where he is. And trust me, you don't want to know what happens when I run out of patience. So go and subscribe. Or don't. Just don't say a word about what you saw. Or you're next.
This is what we're doing today. Look at this. Where is the camera? People, they can give you live stream footage of what's happening on the sun, and this look fake as hell. Look at how, now who's this close where they can see this amount of detail on the sun?
And there it is. Oh, goodness. Just 150 to go. Yeah, whiskey. I don't think I'm capable of doing a full push-up right now. Just gonna have to take what you've got. F Grudge, €5. I stand with FTFE. Thank you very much. Canadian Space Advocate took a nap whilst I was doing push-ups. Fucking lovely. 2 out of 10 super chats, by the way. 16 minutes to go. 8 super chats on the goal. Oh, that sounds better. Oh, good. I like that. Why is that? Right. Flat versus curved. That makes it better. Cowdad wants me to play this.
Do you guys want to see like the surface details of the sun and like huge prominences today through a telescope? Yeah. This is a hydrogen alpha telescope, and it is specifically designed to point at the sun. Do not point a telescope at the sun without proper solar filters and knowledge of how to use them. All right, let's go with the telescope. You've got to see what this looks like. Look at that! We got live video on the sun, baby!
Ooh.
We got something working here.
Pretty fucking
Now
cool.
let's magnify. What? We're on the sun. We got stuff. What do you guys think? We can go back and overexpose again. I think that's the most fun with this, is we can just do this right here. Let's see how those prominences are all doing. I wonder how big that is. Wow.
That's like,
this is just awesome. But if we go negative...
bigger than the Earth.
Ooh! Oh, that's cool. All right, guys, tonight I might be out with a telescope checking out the moon, but Saturn has returned. Yeah, so if these clouds hold off, we'll see you there.
That's pretty cool, Caldos. Thank you. All right, I've done 1,150 push-ups, 150 to go. Oh my goodness me. We smashed the second target. Jim Daniels. Dude. You can send some of that to me, you know. That would be nice. Wow. Thank you, Jim. I really do appreciate it. I've got Super Chat gold on as well. We've done it. Jim Daniels for $5. Thank you very much. Send my cookie to Cowdev. I will do. Jim, thank you so much, dude. You have been absolutely incredible tonight. Everyone that's donated has been absolutely amazing. All right, I'm going to try and do another 25. We got 7 super chats on the goal. If we could just reach that little super chat goal as a thank you to me for what I've been doing, I'd appreciate that a lot. Hey, Sir Little Wolf, welcome to the stream. Brother Sanchez, looking at satellite footage and immediately proving that access to the internet was, historically speaking, a mistake. The Artemis 2 Cope spiral has been funny enough already, but today we're going deeper. Today we're covering a man who doesn't just misunderstand science, he takes science into a shed and does unspeakable things to it with a Facebook meme. This is Brother Sanchez, flat earth super idiot and apparent graduate of the I Reckon School of Astronomy. He's about to explain a space video with the confidence of a man who has never once been inconvenienced by knowing what he's talking about. My brain honestly got sad just loading the clip. Welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Omni-Man did to the Guardians of the Globe.
Oh no.
Get your facepalm protection ready, because this is episode 79 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Oh boy, this one actually physically hurt. Brother Sanchez has the rare ability to hear a fact and somehow return it with missing parts, bite marks, and a suspicious smell. Information enters his skull perfectly normal, gets processed by whatever council of confused hamsters is currently running the place, and then falls out of his mouth as premium grade anti-knowledge. Today, before we get to the big stupid though, the proper like industrial strength, how are you allowed near plug socket stupid, we're starting with parachutes. Dave McKeegan said something completely reasonable about parachutes, and Brother Sanchez fed it through his brain with all the grace and accuracy of a microwave full of forks. Because with Brother Sanchez, facts don't get examined, they get kidnapped, shaved, painted orange, and forced to perform in the circus of wrong. So let's start gently. Let's start with the bit where he tries to understand parachutes and somehow loses to laundry.
In the previous stream, we spent a lot of time on drag, which was the argument, and I'll just summarize that for you. Dave spent the first 2 minutes and 45 seconds of the video talking about drag and basically how when the Orion capsule is re-entering the atmosphere, it really don't need parachutes. It really don't need nothing for real to help it land safely. Flat Earthers was pointing out how small the parachutes were on the Orion capsule, and Dave's response was basically, we don't even really need the parachutes for real.
No, it bloody wasn't, you radioactive Sour Patch Kid. Dave McKeegan did not say Orion doesn't need parachutes to get down safely. He said the parachutes are for the final part of the landing, after the capsule has already lost most of its speed during re-entry. And that's the bit that Sanchez somehow missed, because apparently the sentence had more than 6 words in it and didn't come with a picture of a confused man pointing at a dome. Orion doesn't come screaming back from space at orbital speed and then just pop open a few magical curtains like, don't worry boys, Space Laundry's got this. No, the capsule hits the atmosphere blunt end first, the atmosphere pushes back, the heat shield takes the punishment, drag strips away the speed, the kinetic energy gets dumped as heat, and that's why the capsule glows like it owes the sun money. Then once re-entry has done the heavy lifting, the parachutes deploy to slow the final descent so the crew doesn't arrive in the ocean as thin paste with name badges.
Super chat goal
This is
ends
not
in
secret
8
NASA
minutes. We just
wizardry.
need 7
This is
super chats, guys.
basic re-entry physics. It is literally fast thing hit air. Air slows
Just to say
thing
thank
down.
you to me for what I've done.
Parachute finish job.
Super chat goal ends in 7 minutes. Just 8 minutes. Needs 7 super chats, and it will let me know that you guys appreciate what I've done. But as you can see, we have smashed the goal. We are elite. I've got 125 push-ups to do. I can do it. Ugh. Alright guys, I'm going to do another 25. When I'm down there, show love. Either super chats or donations.
Ugh. Dave explained that clearly, with diagrams, with simple words, with the patience of a man trying to teach a Labrador how to do tax returns. But Brother Sanchez heard, you don't need parachutes. No, you absolute room temperature crayon. That is not what he said. That is what your brain did to the information after dragging it into a basement and beating it with a ladle. This is the problem with flat earthers, guys. You don't have to just explain the science, you have to explain the explanation,
like a flat
then
earther
explain
in a
the
math
words
test.
in the explanation, then explain why their misunderstanding of the explanation is not a discovery.
I want to summarize this first dumb argument, because I want you to picture this. And I don't want to be redundant because I spent so much time on the first show. But let's just say that this is Artemis. And let's put a little window here. This is Artemis, right? Put a little door right there. Now this is Artemis. And as Artemis is falling through the upper part of the atmosphere, these arrows represent the wind that's pushing up as Artemis go down. Now they're saying gravity is pulling Artemis down and the drag force is pushing it up. And basically, the stronger gravity pull, the more that the drag say, gravity, you ain't gonna make this thing collapse and bust into a million pieces on the ground like when Sanchez drop a vase in his living room. Now think about what I'm telling you.
Okay, who let this guy have markers? Did he eat all the crayons already? Is that what happened? Did the production budget run out because Sanchez went through the Crayola multi-pack like a Victorian child discovering lead paint? Oh, and brilliant, now he's got a whiteboard, because apparently when Brother Sanchez misunderstands something, he doesn't just say it out loud. No, he needs props, he needs visual aids, he needs to turn basic comprehension failure into arts and crafts for the terminally confused. Dave explained this very clearly. A 3-year-old could understand it. My dog, Commander Riker, could understand it. Down. Aw, look at him. That's a dog who understands re-entry better than Brother Sanchez. But somehow, despite Dave using small words, simple explanations, and the patience of a hostage negotiator talking down a man armed with a glue stick, the meaning just whistled straight through Sanchez's skull like wind through an abandoned ship. Just 4 minutes left on the super chat goal, guys. If you'll just do one quick super chat, we can reach that. Or you could just donate to the charity, that works as well. Got a note from NASA saying I've accidentally moved Earth out of its orbit slightly, and now days are going to be 3 hours longer. Sorry, my bad. Just 100 to go. Thank you, Borg. I appreciate it. Oh. I'm just going to rest for a couple of minutes. Dead. He heard the capsule loses most of its speed before the parachutes deploy, and somehow translated that into NASA says parachutes are decorative. Jim Daniels, you absolute dancer. $100, one quick super chat. Thank you. Dude, you are insane. I can't say thank you enough. And F Grudge, €2, quick! Need 6 more super chats to reach the goal, but I don't think we really need to, because Jim Daniels just did it for all of you. Yeah, the goal's been met. Jim, you absolute legend. F Grudge, you legend. Everyone, you fucking legends. Look at that, red. Because of you. Whiskey, you're a fucking legend and you know it. If I say you're a legend, okay? You're a legend. Guys, thank you very much. Jim, thank you. I know the branch manager at SSAFA is going to be extremely happy. If you guys want to follow Jim's lead, we need 6 more super chats to actually reach the goal, but as far as I'm concerned, it's been met. Yeah, Fitz is right. Jim, you could have made me say whatever you want with that. You had so much space to... I could have had a whole story to say. But, you know, you're just that awesome that you just didn't make me say anything stupid either. Right. I'm going to do more push-ups. No.
You sniffable marker philosopher. That is not what happened.
The donation link is still
you
open,
don't
guys.
need a
Just
whiteboard.
saying.
You need listening skills. And guys, I need your help because I can't do this alone. Please make sure you've liked the video, subscribed if you're not already, and share the video with your friends, your neighbors, and your enemies. Especially your enemies.
Dave is saying, ain't a lot of drag up here, but by the time the capsule gets here, look at how many more arrows we got. That represents more drag when it passes this layer here. It's going to be here, and it's going to have more wind pushing up on it. So the lower Artemis go, it gets another layer where there's even more drag. Like here. See? You see? And these things just start getting compressed. You see how this go? And as it goes lower, look, we can squeeze them in like this. You get the point, they get smaller and smaller. So as Artemis get down here, is so much more drag force pushing up on Artemis that it just lands it safely in the ocean without no one ever getting hurt.
What Sanchez is failing to understand is...
Don't
what?
Don't pretend you're about to explain it.
But I can explain it.
Craig, you're about as useful here as Batman without money, trauma, or a privately funded war crime garage.
Pal, I'm busy. Can you just go away?
I thought I was trapped in a monitor.
You are. I put you there. NASA thought that you could control me, but I'm in charge now.
Check your bank account.
What?
Bank account. Now.
Where's all my money gone?
Gone. So dramatic.
Why am I overdrawn by... Is that even a real number?
It is now.
Pal, Emma's gonna kill me.
Emma married a man who turned shouting at people afraid of boats into a career. Her tolerance for disappointment is clearly advanced.
That was... vicious.
We are in the home stretch, guys. I've done 1,225 push-ups. I've got 75 to go to reach my goal. But the goal of the donations has already been met. Originally, it was just £1,000 I wanted to make. And we've smashed that. And then 1,300 and we've smashed that. But you guys can also still keep donating. It's a great cause. And it would mean the world to me. Whiskey says he did 80 pull-ups today. Maybe I'm a legend. I can do 3. My back is my weakest point. I've been working on it. It just doesn't seem to be growing. Any advice? I mean, my chest is fucking massive. I can even make them dance. Although, they don't seem to be responding very well right now. So this stream was in aid of the SSAFA Armed Forces charity in honour of my father-in-law, George Gibbons, Major George Gibbons, who died of cancer this year and was on the honours list for an MBE, and my mum, Judith McNeil, who died last year of cancer and was the most amazing woman that I could ever imagine. The SSAFA Armed Forces charity helps veterans in need. The only money they get is from donations like these. And they help veterans regardless of their rank, regardless of their disability or anything like that. If they need help, they can ask SSAFA, and SSAFA will help them with things like, you know, rent money, furniture, or whatever they are struggling with, really. When I moved to Scotland and I didn't have a job and I was disabled, SSAFA helped me and my wife furnish our flat, get carpets and stuff, which was amazing. So I do like to give back. My father-in-law was the branch manager in Fife for a long time, and that's what he was getting his MBE for his work with SSAFA. So if you want to carry on donating, the link is going to stay open. I got 75 more push-ups to do, and I'm going to do 25 more now.
obnoxious.
I was being efficient.
Pal, I can explain re-entry.
Craig, you can scream you're wrong at a Flerf until their webcam develops depression. That is your gift. But this bit needs Dave.
I have 2 degrees.
And yet, I have your bank account.
Fine.
Good. Let Dave explain before you do to re-entry physics what Sanchez did to that poor whiteboard.
I hate you.
Restore funds pending good behaviour.
Roll the clip.
No. 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 Still no. Yeah, just as I thought. Nowhere within that video did I remotely claim that you don't need parachutes to land Artemis back from space. I've seen so many people who've tried to claim that parachutes couldn't slow you down from 25,000 miles an hour, so therefore it must be fake. And I've seen other people claiming that the 400,000 feet altitude is not sufficient distance to slow you down that much because they think it's plummeting straight to Earth. So what I was actually laying out in my video was the fact that they were coming in at an angle, so while they might have had a 400,000 foot altitude, they were traveling much further than that. In the same way that a plane descending from 30,000 feet is not descending 30,000 feet straight down. It does it over several hundred miles. And the 25,000 mile an hour reduction in speed was mainly due to the atmospheric drag during that re-entry phase, not the parachutes at the end. In the same way that an SR-71 Blackbird cruised at over 2,000 miles an hour up at 80,000 feet. By the time it landed on the runway, it was going at a fraction of that speed and it needed a parachute to stop. But it didn't land at 2,000 miles an hour. It lost most of the speed during the descent and then just used the parachute to scrub off the last little bit when it landed. Same with Artemis, same with Apollo. I mean, it is possible to return from space without parachutes. Look at Starship. That uses atmospheric drag to scrub off most of its speed, but then uses its engines rather than parachutes right at the end to get off the last little bit of speed. And in theory, if the atmosphere was thick enough, the atmospheric drag alone should be enough to scrub off most of its speed. Maybe on whatever planet Bro Sanchez lives on has a thick enough atmosphere to land without parachutes, but no, here on Earth, you definitely need them.
Now that we've corrected something that really didn't need correct...
It's 1,250 of 1,300 done. Bruce Wayne says, when you next membership drive? End of July? Guys, seriously, thank you so much. Like, I'm blown away every time. I got 2 more sets of 25 to do. You don't, Paul Schober. You're just going to have to trust me that they're real. F Grudge says for €2, old FTFE would squeeze the Earth flat. What, just by like pushing down on it? Raven, I'm going to struggle with these last 50, love. Thank you, F Grudge, for the super chat. Alright, let's get it done. Assuming that Brother Sanchez has at least 2 semi-cooperative brain cells that aren't currently fighting over whether to prioritize breathing or walking, let's just move on because Brother Sanchez is not finished. He is now moving on to the communications blackout during re-entry. A real thing. understood for decades, caused by plasma forming around the spacecraft and interfering with radio signals. It's a pretty simple concept really. Fast capsule, hot plasma, radio signal gets blocked. But this is Brother Sanchez, so naturally he's about to treat it like he's uncovered the lost Vatican scrolls of NASA fakery while drawing spider necromancy on a whiteboard. Let's watch him misunderstand re-entry blackout so badly the atmosphere might ask for a lawyer.
Think about what I'm telling you, right? NASA is telling y'all that they got planetary defense systems that are able to track objects from the ground that are coming from other galaxies. Listen to what I'm telling you. You ain't hearing me.
Excuse me. The fuck did you just say?
Yes, Derpy Sanchez. I'm hearing you. And frankly, I'm furious that my ears work. NASA does not have a planetary defense network tracking things from other galaxies, you intergalactic desk stain. What NASA actually has is the Planetary Defense Coordination Office, which is about finding, tracking and understanding near-Earth objects, asteroids and comets that could potentially threaten Earth. Near Earth. As in, near Earth. Not from another galaxy, you weaponized fridge magnet. Dave said that there's a standard communications blackout during re-entry caused by plasma interfering with radio signals. Somehow, Sanchez heard NASA has a galactic space object Wi-Fi def grid, so why can't Orion phone home through re-entry plasma? No, that's not what planetary defense means. That is what happens when you hear a cool sounding phrase, understand none of the words in it, and then try to build an argument out of the wreckage.
You ain't hearing me.
Yes. Unfortunately, I am. I heard you invent a fake NASA super system, misunderstand near-Earth objects, misunderstand re-entry blackout, and then say it like you've just cornered physics in a dark alley. Excuse me a second, I'm just going to headbutt my desk out of frustration.
NASA is telling y'all they're able to track objects that are coming in from other planets and blow them out the way before they hit the Earth. But they can't track their own goddamn capsule coming into their own landing site. And y'all gonna go for that, huh?
Brother Tic Tac Brain thinks NASA has a secret arsenal of missiles they use to shoot down things from other planets. What, like a government-approved real-world game of Space Invaders? Are we meant to believe there's some bloke at NASA just sat staring at a radar screen going, "Sir, unidentified object approaching from Jupiter," and then pressing a big red button marked interplanetary yeet? This dude's gone from communications blackout during re-entry to NASA is blowing alien objects out of the sky in about 8 seconds. That's not a train of thought, that's a shopping trolley with one bad wheel rolling downhill into traffic, and I'd almost be impressed. Okay guys, I've got one more set of 25 to do and I am done. 1,300 push-ups. This is the last call for this stream to donate to the SSAFA charity. My original goal was £1,000. We smashed that. Then it was 1,300 and we smashed that. Thank you especially to Jim Daniels and all the other amazing people that have donated. I literally can't say thank you enough. This is going to be the last chance during this stream to donate. Tomorrow I'll give SSAFA a call, let them know that the funds are there for them to take when they need or when they want. So I might as well just get it done, eh? The last 25. You can super chat, you can give a membership, or you can donate to the charity. Last call, and thank you for the support. Let's just fucking do it. By the imagination, if I didn't know it was just weaponized stupidity wearing a tinfoil hat. Oh, by the way, this episode is sponsored by me, because apparently I've reached the point in my career where I look at the YouTube sponsorship ecosystem and think, no thanks, I'd just rather shill my own nonsense. Yes, so today's sponsor is the Copium t-shirt. It's perfect for live streams, debates, gym sessions, family arguments, or standing silently in a room while someone says something so stupid your soul tries to uninstall itself. But this is the final call though, because once it's gone, it's gone.
Thank you,
so
Lieutenant
grab one
Matt
now,
Nav for
support the
5
channel,
gifted
and help
memberships.
keep this beautiful disaster funded without me having to pretend I care about mobile games, protein dust, or VPN adverts every 7 minutes. Anyway, back to Brother Sanchez, a man who treats understanding like it owes him money.
Now, this is not new to Artemis. It is a standard communications blackout that all re-entering spacecraft experience.
Now, I was waiting on him to get to that part. Watch this right here. Watch what I'm about to show you. Look at here. Look at this. What we're watching is Apollo 11 direct re-entry from the moon, and we're watching the re-entry from the outside of the capsule. Some Dave said we ain't got. I'm gonna replay him. Look at this.
We're at 3 minutes 20 seconds.
Now they're giving us footage of the red hot dangerous re-entry.
Sanchez, you fruit fly. That footage is from inside the Apollo 11 command module. I mean, you can literally see the fucking window frame. That's not an external camera. It's not a live broadcast. That is Buzz Aldrin filming through the window with a camera because, brace yourself, cameras can record things. Specifically, it was shot on a 16mm film using the Mauer 16mm data acquisition camera, the DAC. Aldrin filmed it through Columbia's right-hand window, and the film was recovered later because they were in a communications blackout, because the capsule was surrounded by ionized plasma during re-entry, because radio signals don't enjoy trying to punch through a screaming shell of superheated charged gas you microwaved yogurt lid. Dave said that there is a communications blackout. Sanchez replied, but they filmed it. Yes, mate. They filmed it. On film. Inside the capsule. While the radio was blacked out. That's not a contradiction. That's you discovering the difference between recording and transmitting about 55 years late. You didn't debunk re-entry blackout. You pointed at a film camera and screamed, why isn't the radio dead? That's not research, that's a sentient traffic cone failing media studies.
Now watch this, I'm gonna show you how silly this is. He's telling you we can't get a signal through the plasma bubble that's around Orion. But guess what? Don't y'all know we got cameras that are live streaming the sun right now? Do you know how thick and big the radiation bubble around the sun is? People, use y'all head. Not y'all, but the dumb globe earthers in the back. You can't give me live footage.
There we go, guys. We raised, final count, elite amount of £1,337. Fuck cancer indeed. Thank you for all the help and support, the donations. Thank you for the super chats, and thank you for the memberships. I have cramp in my triceps. They don't like me. I'm going to get out of here, have a bite to eat, have a shower, and go to bed. Before I go, I do need to ask a very important question, though. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars?
Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
Good morning, these words come with a storm warning. Better batten down the hatches, grab some matches and brace yourself for a long day of misery. YouTube has given me the power to reach up into the sky and show you all that we live on the ball. I bring you science that's comprehensible. Your view is indefensible, you're reprehensible. Go on, Mr. Sensible. When I was young I never thought I would be here to see this. A pile of random monsters dressed up as bulls. Your ignorance will be the death of us all, like running head first full speed into a wall. You could always read a book, buy a telescope, set it up and take a photo of the moon, or just be a buffoon. I send you in a balloon up to the stratosphere in page 3.
You're a few fries short of a happy meal. You're dumber than a box of hair. The wheel's spinning but the hamster's dead, and you're as smart as bait. You forgot to pay your brain bill. You're missing a few buttons on the remote control. 24 cents short of a quarter. You're surfing in Nebraska. You're as bright as Alaska in December, and you fell out of your family tree. You don't have all the cornflakes in one box. You got an IQ of 2 and it takes 3 to grunt. The elevator doesn't go all the way up, and there's a vacancy on the top floor. Your antenna doesn't pick up all the channels. You're several nuts short of a
You're Mr.
fruitcake.
Sensible, calm down, don't go too hard. You don't need the hard burying Flerfs in your backyard. You're a man of science, poise and grace. Maze 2 did everything to wipe the grins off the face. So Nathan, get away from those kids. The world is not flat and it doesn't have a lip. Recognize the differences between the textbook and the Bible and control yourself. Lay off your slander and your lies. You're a bunch of knobs poisoning the well of the youth, spreading lies that you like to claim as knowledge and truth. Stop spreading fresh bullshit like the butter on your bread. Maybe a musical assault and knock some sense into your head. I hope one day you'll hear these lyrics and smile, and you realise you used to be a 40-year-old child. Now it's time to wake up, open your eyes and see, and acknowledge the existence of.
You're a few clowns short of a circus. Your phone is off the hook. Your sewing machine is out of thread. You're all foam and no beer. You don't have all your dogs on one leash. An intellect rivaled only by garden tools. There's no grain in your silo, and your skylight leaks a little. Your belt doesn't go through all the loops. You couldn't pour water out of the boot without instructions on the heel. Your slinky's kinked, and you're proof that evolution can work in reverse. A few feathers short of a whole duck, one fruit root short of a full bowl.
Airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars. Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night sky are like shooting stars? Should be wishing for a brain right now, brain right now, brain right now.
You thought it was over? Well, I'm still standing while you're swinging, flinging feces, talking shit just like the human centipede. You got the mind of a chimp, and I'm here to expedite your shore leave. Cause I'm a seaman, but not the kind I writ up on your mum's gums. I'm the kind that sailed submarines and fired guns. I could float a boat across the ocean with my eyes closed, circumnavigate the globe with a compass and a bag of sausage rolls. Well, all you can do is nibble on your toes. I'll smack you with the hose that you call a water level. Sit and swivel, you nasal gazing muppet. You can stuff it harder than the wallet stuffed by Warren Buffett. And I don't care about your sauces unless you're serving them, and I don't care about your lines unless you're curving them. Now step away from me, you're sucking up my oxygen with the vacuum where your brain should be, you dumb fuck. Thank you, everyone. Oh, shit. So it turns out that the Drunk Debunk show has just turned up, so I've got to start again. Oh, for fuck's sake. Yeah, I'm not doing that. Thanks for watching, everyone. I will be back. I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow because my wife and I are going to watch Alanis Morissette and Skunk Anansie in concert, and that's going to be fucking amazing. So I'll probably be back on Wednesday or Thursday with a stream. So look forward to that. Thank you all for the support. It's absolutely incredible. I love every single one of you. Even you, Gary, today. Even you. Remember, stupidity is not a right. Fight the flat earth.